How are you?
Good. You needed to talk to me about something?
Well, I just wanted to offer any assistance that I might have. I was a really good friend of Travis's, and I don't know a lot of anything, but...
What have you heard so far?
I heard that he passed away and that... I don't know. I've heard all kinds of rumors. I heard there was a lot of blood.
When we first arrived on scene and started talking to people, some of his closest friends began mentioning your name. You know, hey, you need to call her because she probably knows what happened to him, or she possibly had something to do with it.
Looking for a good binge? The Jodi Arias Murder Trial is back. Relive the stunning testimony, explicit evidence, courtroom meltdowns, and the circus that surrounded the case. From sexual obsession to betrayal, this is the true crime case that captivated the world. If you think you know the story, watch it unfold again, raw and uninterrupted. The Jodi Arias Trial, re-airing only on Southern Sin. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Said if I ever need any assistance, if anybody out in California is welcome to call her. And
this individual, Jodi Arias, that we've been talking about, is she today?
yes, she is.
Tell me where she is seated and what she's wearing.
She's over there in a black long sleeve.
Is she at the end of the table?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So after that, did you continue having contact with her or not?
Yes. I don't believe we spoke for maybe 3 or 4 weeks after the convention. I think we did a kind of a party for Utah before one of our big events. And I think we were actually playing pool with a friend of ours named Zion Lovinger. And Zion, somehow Jodi's name came up and asked me if I knew who she was or how we had known each other. And eventually he maybe kind of played matchmaker a little bit and got, we talked about it, and then I ended up giving her a call, I think even that night at that event.
And how much time elapsed between the time that you met her and the time that you actually placed this call?
Probably 3 or 4 weeks.
And when you called her, what did she say?
I asked her if she remembered who I was. She said yes. And it just was, it seemed like a pleasant conversation. It went on for maybe 30 minutes before an hour, maybe.
And during the time that you and she spoke, was there an agreement, an indication that you were going to call her back, she was going to call you back? What was how was that conversation ended?
I don't really necessarily agree, but I think we probably talked the very next day.
Okay. And did this sort of continue on where you continued to talk and that sort of thing?
Yeah, from that point, we probably talked at least 3 or 4, sometimes 5 times a week. Either she would call me or I'd call her, usually around 10 or 11 at night when our days were kind of done.
Did there come a time where the two of you agreed, or she agreed, to come out and visit you?
Yes.
What was the name of the town that you were living in back then?
Salt Lake City.
Is Salt Lake City near West Jordan?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is suburb. Mm-hmm.
And were you living in Salt Lake City or in West Jordan?
West Jordan.
And when you say West Jordan, describe the living arrangements back then?
Back then, I actually lived in a kind of a side apartment with my family, and that their house was in West Jordan.
Did that side apartment have its own entrance?
Yes.
And did it have its own kitchen?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
No, I'm sorry. No, it didn't.
So there's this sort of agreement that she's going to come out. Do you know about when you guys reached this agreement that she was going to come out?
It would have been the end of May.
And do you know what her itinerary was when she was going to come out there?
I can't remember for sure. It seemed like she was going to be on a road trip or she was going to come out and see me directly. I don't really remember, but she was going to come out and just spend one day because she would have to get back to work. So she's going to come out probably about a week from the time we originally talked about her coming.
Did she tell you what route she was going to take to visit you?
I think she had a friend that had a baby that was born or something. She wanted to visit her friend. If I understand it right, she lived in Northern California, so she was going to drive down to LA first, LA area, and visit that friend. And then from there, she was going to come and see me.
And are you familiar how to get from the LA area up to Salt Lake City, Utah area?
Yeah, it's I-15 for the whole way.
And when you spoke to her about this particular trip and her itinerary, what day of the week was she supposed to arrive to see you?
I believe it was, I think it was Wednesday. That's the time that we normally have our training. And I think she was going to be there on Wednesday morning is when she had said. We talked the night before, maybe around 9 or 10 at night.
Okay, so you talked the night before around 9 or 10 at night, and the expectation was that she was going to be there the next day, which was a Wednesday, around what time?
I knew it was about a 12-hour drive. A little concerned about her driving overnight because it's 9 a.m. She said she'd be fine and she'd obviously pull over just to be safe if she needed to take a nap or something. So 12-hour drive, I would expected her maybe at 9 if she drove straight through, but of course probably she wouldn't drive straight through. So I thought maybe around 12 or 1, I was kind of expecting her to be there.
All right. So the next day, which was the Wednesday around 9 o'clock, did she arrive up there?
No.
And you talked something about training that day. What are we talking about when you say training?
Associates get together, kind of learn more about the membership and how, how the service against and serve families and things like that. And so we come together on a training on Wednesday night. And so I think she was even going to attend that training with us.
What time was the training on Wednesday night?
Training was 7 p.m.
And where was the training scheduled to take place?
In Sandy, Utah, which is about 10 minutes south of West Jordan.
And did you attend that training that Wednesday?
Yes.
So it's 10 o'clock, noon. Did she arrive by noon?
No. And at noon, I was obviously concerned because she's driving throughout the night. And I tried to call her at 9, but her phone went straight to voicemail, so I couldn't get through. Tried to call again at noon. And I wasn't too concerned at 9. At noon or 1 when I didn't get a hold of her. At that point, I was a little concerned, but it still was just going straight to voicemail. And
so it was just going straight to voicemail.
Yeah, I wasn't ringing.
All right, go ahead. And how many tries did you give it? Let's say, after 1 o'clock in the afternoon to reach? Maybe
two more times. I also contacted another friend that I think she was going to visit while she was there. Mark and Leslie Udy. Leslie seemed to know her a little bit better than I did. I talked to her for 5 minutes at the convention, and then I talked to her a lot on the phone before she came over for about a month and a half. We'd have a lot of conversations throughout the week, but Leslie Udy seemed to know her a little bit better. And so I asked Leslie if she had heard from her or if possibly she knew her number to her grandparents or whoever it was that she was living with, and maybe see if she was okay.
Were you successful after this call to Leslie Udy in receiving a return call from the defendant?
No. So when we couldn't get a hold of her, I had just hoped that maybe she could figure out where our training was, and so I thought maybe I'd see her at the training.
So you went to the training and you said that started at 7 o'clock, correct?
7 p.m. Mm-hmm.
And you hadn't heard from her at that point, right?
No.
So the training lasted for how long?
2.5 hours.
So that would place you at what, 9:30 in the evening?
9:30. Mm-hmm.
Where did you go after that training?
At that time, we had a few of our buddies. Every week we'd go over to the Cheesecake Factory, and we'd just hang out. We'd grab a drink, sometimes grab an appetizer or something. We'd just sit there and chat. So that's where we go.
And while you were at the Cheesecake Factory, which would have been after 9:30, right?
Yeah, we got there probably about 10 p.m.
And while you were there at the Cheesecake Factory, what town is that in? That Cheesecake Factory that you went in?
Murray, which is maybe 10 minutes east of West Jordan.
And when you were there, did you receive a call from the defendant?
Yes.
About what time was that?
Maybe we had talked about it a little bit. I knew that she knew some other people at the table, like Mike Bertot was there.
But you received the call from her.
Around 10:30 p.m.
Right. And what did she say to you when she called?
And obviously first I just said, Jodi, and, she said, hey, and she almost sounded apologetic from the get-go. And I just said, hey, are you okay? And then she said, yes, I'm fine. And I just asked her, where she's been, and how.
So you asked her where she's been. What did she tell you she's been?
She said a few things happened. For one, I think she said she's kind of airheaded like that, and she took the wrong freeway, and she drove the wrong direction for many hours. And then at some point she got tired, and so she fell asleep, and she couldn't believe how long she slept by the time she woke up. And I just said, okay, well, good. I'm just glad you're okay. I couldn't get through to your phone. And when I said that, she told me that she had lost her car charger. She hadn't forgot to bring it, maybe pack it. And so her phone had been dead all day.
If she'd forgotten the charger and her phone had been dead all day, how was it that she was then able to call you from that same phone?
I think she told me.
Did she tell you something about that?
She told me that she had, I think, bought it from a gas station or something she found.
So she told you she bought another charger, right?
Right.
And how long did this conversation last?
I could be wrong, but maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
And
it could be longer. I'm not sure.
During that time that you were talking to her, was there ever an indication as to when she was going to, you and she talk about when she was going to arrive in the Salt Lake City area?
Yeah, it seemed like she was still like a long way. She wasn't sure exactly where she was at, so we didn't know exactly how long it was going to take her to get there. So she had to kind of get her bearings.
So she told you she didn't know where she was, right?
Right.
Then, and what else did she say?
I remember at some point, and I don't know if it was this conversation or if we disconnected for a couple hours and then she called back. I really can't remember, but at some point, I went into the living room where my father was, and I asked him what freeway should she take at this point where she was at. And so he also knew that she was coming, and I don't remember where she said she was, but it seemed like a pretty simple answer. And then it seemed like she could have been maybe 7 or 8 hours away at that point. It still took her another 12 hours to actually get to my house.
So she called that evening, and then you have this call around up to 11 o'clock.
Maybe, yeah.
And after that, she may have called one other time, right? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, maybe. It's hard to remember now.
And then after that, did you receive another call late in the evening or not? Was there any other contact with her?
No, not until this morning.
Did she know how to get to your house?
I think she must have had my address or something. She knew how to get to my house. Never been before, but she knew how to get there.
And what time did she get there to your house?
Again, not sure, but maybe around 10, 11 the next day. I'm not positive on that.
And that would have been the Wednesday, right?
That would have been Thursday now.
That was Thursday then. Get there Wednesday.
Yeah, so this is 24 hours after I was originally expecting her.
And did you have any plans for lunch during that?
I had an appointment, and so I'm not really clear of how this happened, but I know that she followed me to the appointment.
But let me stop you there. Where was this appointment? And what was
it's at a place
for?
called Jim's Restaurant. It was less than a mile from my house.
And what was the purpose of the appointment?
I had an associate on my team who had another gentleman who felt like he had some connections, some people who could use our help from our company. And so we arranged a time for me to go and meet with him and do a presentation.
What time was the meeting scheduled for?
Could have been 11 or 12, I'm not positive.
So she arrives before that meeting, right?
Yes.
After she arrives there, does she stay a long time there at your house in West Jordan or not?
I don't remember anything before that event. And that meeting might have been the first time I think she came straight to that sit down with me because of the time she was showing up. And then she actually was with me during that sit down.
All right, so she was there during the meeting.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, she actually followed me in her car there.
How far away was the meeting in terms of travel from your house to the restaurant? How far was it?
A mile.
And on the way from your house to the restaurant, you say you're driving your own car. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Is she driving her own car?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yes.
And-
Yes, she was for sure.
So she's driving her car, and as you're driving to this place, does something happen?
We get pulled over by a police officer.
When you say we, did you get pulled over too?
No, I was in front of her. So the police officer, her car was behind mine. Police officer was behind hers.
And who did he pull over? Both of you, her or you?
Jodi
And what did you do when the police officer pulled her over?
just sat there, looked in my rearview mirror, talking to each
And how far from your house, or how much had you traveled before she was pulled over?
700 yards, and we pretty much got pulled over right away.
And after you're watching in the rearview mirror, what are you seeing?
He's talking to her, and eventually, it didn't look like he gave her a ticket or anything.
Why do you say that?
Because I didn't see him hand her, and maybe give her a warning. I'm not sure. I was trying to figure out if she got a ticket or not, but I didn't really find out the story, I don't believe, until we went to the restaurant. I might have got out and talked to her there. I don't think so. I think we went over to the restaurant before I got the story, what happened.
Okay, so you went to the restaurant and you had the story. What was the story that she told you?
She said it was a story, he pulled her over because her back license plate was upside down. And then I asked her what happened, and I think she had, what she told me is she was coming out of a Maverick or a restaurant or something like that. And
Where? What?
sometime on her trip to get to my house.
All right.
And when she came out, there was these kids that were goofing around at the front of her car with her front license plate. And when they saw her, they were laughing. They dropped the license plate and took off. And she told me she thought that was the only thing they did. So she just took that license plate and put it in her back seat, or maybe put it back on. I don't remember. But she thought that that's all they did. But what she told me is that apparently they also switched my back license plate and turned it upside down. And so that's why the police officer pulled her over. So we laughed about it, and that was it.
You know whether or not you helped her reaffix the license plate right side up?
I honestly don't know. I think I might have fixed it for her, but I cannot remember.
So then you go to this meeting, the meeting is completed and she's there, right? Is what you told us.
Yeah, she's at sit down with me, probably around 11 or 12.
After that, where did the two of you go?
We went back to my house.
Okay, and when you went back to your house, what did the two of you do?
We talked for a while. I think we agreed that we were going to watch a movie or something like that. And that's what we did. We turned the movie.
And what happened during the movie?
At some point, I mean, we were talking and we kissed.
And did this kissing continue, or did it just stop at one kiss?
Eventually, we kissed probably many times. Every time we started kissing, it got a little more escalated.
And with regard to the physical contact beyond the kissing, was there any of that?
Clothes never came off. At some point, she was kissing my neck. I was kissing hers. But clothes never came off.
How about your hands?
Yeah, my hands were, I never touched her breasts or anything like that. At one point I had my hands on her thighs. Things were, she just definitely seemed to be into the moment, and eventually we stopped.
Before you stopped, did your hands ever go near her vaginal area?
Yes.
When you say that you stopped, at any point did she say to you, we need to stop, or how was it that it came?
I don't think really either one of us had said, please stop. We both just stopped. I mean, our conversations with each other were about her religious views and my religious views. And I didn't want her to regret her trip, there. I didn't want that to happen. So, at some point we stopped, but it wasn't necessarily her stopping me or me stopping her. We just didn't want to go further for her to regret the trip. During
this interlude that you are having, what was her demeanor? Was she upset, happy? What was her demeanor?
I mean, it just seemed like the person I'd be talking on the phone, just meeting her in person. I never had a moment where it felt awkward or anything like that.
At any time while this is going on, did you grab your hand and say, don't put it here, don't put it there, anything like that? Is that a no?
No.
And so later on, what did the two of you do?
Later on, we had I don't know if anything else happened before this, but we had to get to the business briefing.
And where was the business briefing?
San location. That was the training the night before.
And what time was the business briefing?
The business briefing was at 7 p.m.
And so you get back probably around 1, so it's 1 to 7 that you and she are together, correct?
Mhm.
Yes?
So 1 to 7 were together, yeah.
And did you finish watching the movie that you guys
I
were-
don't know. I don't know if we did.
So what happens with regard to the business briefing? Do you go by yourself or do you go with her?
No, we go together. I think she drove with me. I think I was just going to take her back to her. She might have followed me there. I don't remember that. But we showed up definitely together at the same time. And she, obviously people were surprised to see her there. A few people knew who she was, and obviously knew she was from California, and asked her, said hi and what she's doing.
With regard to her hair color, when you met her, what was her hair color?
Blonde,
When she came over to West Jordan, what was her hair color?
dark brunette.
And during the time that you and she are alone in the afternoon, did you notice her hands?
Yeah.
And did you notice whether or not she had any injuries or cuts to one of her hands?
She had 2 small bandages, it seems like, on one of her fingers, or a couple of her fingers.
Did you and she talk about that?
Yeah, either then or we did at some point. Yes.
And what did she tell you about those cuts?
She worked at Margaritaville, and I guess she broke a glass and she cut her finger.
Well, I'm not asking you to guess. I'm asking you to tell me what she said. We know that you weren't there and you don't know. I'm just telling you what
She told me she worked at Margaritaville and she'd cut her finger.
And how did she cut her finger at Margaritaville?
I think she told me she broke a glass and cut her finger.
So you go to this training, and how long does this training last?
About an hour.
And then what happens after that?
We get a whole bunch of buddies again, and we go out to Chili's, and that's we went over there and talked for 2 2.5 hours, something like that.
At any time during this evening, what was her demeanor like? Was she crying at any time? Was she upset at any time? What was her demeanor like?
The only time, she was fine. She was laughing about simple things like any other person. I never once felt there was anything wrong about the day. I felt like solely the first time I ever saw her in a crowd, I thought she was much more comfortable one-on-one. That was the first time I noticed she was a little awkward in social areas, and it seemed like she didn't talk very much to some other people. And some other people would talk about that a little bit, but it wasn't the Jodi I knew, because one-on-one she was very talkative and insightful and very different.
So it seemed like in social situations, she was a bit more inhibited and shy.
A little shyer, yeah. Mhm.
And with you, that's not how she was when you were alone with her, right?
Not at all.
Did you leave then to go back, or did you guys make it back to your place?
We made it back to my place.
About what time was that?
Late 11, maybe.
And when you got back, what did the two of you do?
I think we turned on a movie again. Maybe it was the same one we were watching, maybe a different one, but we were tired. We fell. She had to get back to Margaritaville. That was why she couldn't come forward with us the next day. She almost was going to stay with us, and everybody was, telling her to. But she seemed to think about it. But it got to the point where she felt like, no, she couldn't. She's got to get back to work. And so we left. But sometime as we left, she said, "You don't have to leave right now." And so I said, "Well, we can go back to the place again if you want to leave right away." And so we went back to my place, and we took a nap.
All right. And when you awoke, describe what happened.
I don't know how long we were sleeping. The second we woke up, we were kissing.
And what else happened?
She got on top of me pretty aggressively, and we were kissing.
When she got on top of you pretty aggressively, where was her genital area compared to yours?
She was right on top of me.
And you guys were kissing, correct? Is that yes?
Yes.
And how long did this encounter take?
Maybe a few minutes.
And during that time, was there a decision to go forward or a decision to stop?
We just stopped.
And You partly made that decision, correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
At any time, did she say, stop, don't go forward, don't do anything else, anything like that?
Neither one of us did. It was kind of the same feeling I had. We just stopped.
Anything about her demeanor that indicated to you that she was upset about anything at that point?
Not at all.
In terms of, you were around her for that day, did you form an opinion based on your contact with her and being around her as to her strength and how fit she was?
She's fit.
You said what?
She was very fit. She was in good shape.
And in terms of her strength, did you form an opinion based on that night?
We were instant messaging back and forth. At some point, I complimented her on very feisty, and was kind of referring to she's a lot stronger than she looks.
During this encounter, after you wake up, did she ever, and the phrase may have been, adjust you in any way while this encounter is going on?
Well, that's what I mean. When we woke up, we were kissing, and then she eventually kind of grabbed me and adjusted me a little bit, and that's when she got on top of me and we were kissing.
And were you able to feel her strength at that point? And did you form an opinion, again, throughout the day and as part of that, as to her strength?
Yeah, she's strong.
At any point, did you ever kiss her stomach?
Yes.
And were you able to see her stomach in terms of how she was in shape?
Yeah, close to a six-pack, yeah.
You said it was close to a six-pack?
That's what she was even talking about in our MSN, our instant message through Google. Yeah.
And after you stopped, what happened? Did she stay or did she go? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I kept on reminding her she had to get to work. That's what she was telling people at the dinner, and that was kind of the whole reason she had to go. And she said she wanted to stay just a little while longer, and we stayed maybe a few more minutes is all. And then just kind of walked out to her and said goodbye.
What time was that? Any idea?
1 p.m., 1 a.m. possibly. It was late. Could even be later than that. I don't remember.
One of the things that you indicated to me was that there was this sort of instant messaging or component of your relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, we would talk, and every once in a while, if I noticed she was online or noticed I was online, we both had a Google account, I believe. And so you can kind of tell when they're on, and so you can just kind of write a little message, and a few of our conversations through that.
Describe for me how that's different, if you know, from emailing, in other words.
I mean, it pops right up on the screen if you've got your Gmail open. And so if somebody says, hi, it pops right up, and you can reply, and then you can almost carry on a conversation while doing other things. But I mean, it's kind of like a text message back and forth. It's immediate. You're both responding right away. And sometimes you're even responding to things that are 2 or 3 questions away, so it can kind of become confusing.
Let me show you exhibit number 284. Go ahead and take a look at it. Are you familiar with who that is sent?
Yeah, this is from Jodi Arias on May 30th.
And who's it sent to?
Me.
And it has, without reading it, it has something on it, right? Something written.
Yeah, what she wrote me.
If I could have that back. Move for the admission of exhibit 284.
No objection. 284 is submitted.
Let's look at 284, and if you look at your computer there, I think it's up for you.
Yes, I see it.
And this is her to you, and what does she say in this message dated May 30th of 2008 at midnight, 12:21 a.m.?
It says, hey there, handsome, this is a test.
The fact that it says this is a test, does it know whether or not this is the first contact that you had via this messaging system?
Yeah, it could have been. I don't remember being too familiar with using it too much before this. Yeah.
And you didn't send this though, right?
No.
Take a look at exhibit. Well, let me show you. 287, take a look at it.
Yeah.
Is it the same sort of message and it's between you and her?
Yeah. It's just, this one's on 623.
All right. I'll go for the addition of exhibit 287.
Object, Your Honor, when we approach.
You may. .287 is admitted.
It indicates it's from you to Jodi Arias, right?
Yes. Mhm.
In reading this, it appears that it says at the top, but it's always great to hear from you when that says me, and then directly underneath it, it says Ryan's PPL. Are you me or Ryan's PPL?
I'm Ryan's PPL.
And in terms of reading it, it does say that it's always great to hear from you. You do the same, referring to something, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the conversation looks like it starts at the bottom, like it
So-
goes the other way.
So it
That's
would
the
be,
last thing that was said.
so it would actually read, if we're going to read this conversation, her saying to you, hey, Hottie Biscotti, what's new, right?
Yeah, that probably would have been the first.
Is Hottie Biscotti a pet name she gave you, or is that just something that's in this text message or message?
I should have said it a few times. I don't remember her calling me that on a regular basis.
And then it says Ryan's PPL, it says, hey, you, what's,
Probably what I just type it. You're not really spell checking yourself as you're going through this.
and then me, which would be her, says, actually, I'm just running off to work. And you responded with what?
Okay, have a great day.
And then what did she respond?
She said, you do the same, but it's always great to hear from you.
There were other such conversations between the two of you, right?
Yeah.
Was there a conversation that took place in which she discussed the breakup with Travis Alexander?
Not too often, but we talked so much that, yeah, I mean, a few times we talked about it.
And take a look at Exhibit 286 and see if you recognize it and whether or not that's a conversation where she talks about the breakup.
Yeah, this is a few days after she was, we were together in West Jordan, and we did talk about, yeah, we did talk about the breakup here, a little bit about some things that happened. Yeah.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 286.
Again, same objection.
It's correct. Exhibit 286 is admitted.
Sir, let's go take a look at parts of Exhibit 286. This is page 2 of the. We see the me is who?
That's Jodi.
And the Ryan's PPL is who?
It's me.
Me does indicate something there. Why don't you read to us what that sentence or that whole section says?
You want me to just say what I
No, it's
remember?
just whatever it says, starting with anyway.
Anyway, back to Travis real quick, and this is Jodi. Anyways, back to Travis real quick. He's a great person, and I wouldn't want to edify him as anything else. We all have our character flaws. We've seen each other at our absolute worst and our best. We are just fundamentally different.
This is page 4 of 9. If you start reading with me from the bottom and read up for me. And
From where
me
you're
is-
pointing?
Me is Jodi Arias, correct?
What, you want me to start on well?
No, where it says, yes. Uh-huh.
Well, there is a little more.
What is
Laugh out loud, LOL. The whole time we were seeing each other after we broke up, he had another girlfriend. I had no idea. He didn't tell me about her here, but her probably until after they broke up.
Let me see if I can get this to focus in a little.
There you go. That's better.
Okay.
But I felt so bad the time I was the other girl. I wanted to tell her, but that would have caused a lot of unnecessary drama and pain. Anyway, since she asked what time it was, I decided to text her back, quote, "Time to cuddle with Jodi, good night." Then I deleted the message, went to sleep, and never mentioned it to him.
Let's continue on. What did you say?
I said, "Oh man, that is intense."
And she responded,
But it got to the point where I couldn't keep it in anymore. I confronted him. We broke up, and I kind of wish that was the end of the story. But he is very persuasive, and we continue to see each other, even though we were no longer boyfriend, girlfriend.
she talks about this text message and what she did with it, right?
Yeah.
As part of her coming out there, did you and she continue on talking about what it was that you might do when she came out there to see you?
Before she came the first time?
Right.
Yeah. We talked about maybe watching a movie, going on a hike. We just mentioned some things that she can do while she was out here in Salt Lake.
Take a look at 285. Does this sort of summarize your conversations regarding what you might do?
Yes. This is, before she came.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 285.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. Is admitted.
On an argument, let's take a look at a couple more lines from exhibit number 286. And this is page 3 of 9. Read the part that says, me.
Then while we were in Huntington Beach, he fell asleep. A text message came through from a girl that said, "Sorry, I didn't get back to your last text. What time is it there?" I tried, oh, okay, and then up. So of course, I read the last text he sent her, and it said, "I really miss you. Gosh, I'm making myself look so bad." This is still her. "I had a really strong gut feeling. I'm not saying I'm psychic, but I've been cheated on twice before, and it's a very distinct feeling, one that I cannot ignore." So I asked him gently about it, and he got really angry, and it led to an argument. He said I was crazy to think that, so I left it alone. But the feeling persisted, and one day while he was taking a nap, I took his phone and read his text messages. Bad, I know.
And exhibit number 285, for example, you talk at the bottom about getting sushi and that sort of thing, but basically it just talks about what your plans are when she comes out, correct?
Yeah, she had said that about getting sushi or something.
Did you and she also text message each other back and forth?
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Examination.
Moment, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Burns.
How you doing?
Let me start out today. I want to talk a little bit. I think what you told us was that you met Miss Arias in Oklahoma City,
That's right.
and that was at a, I think you call them convention for people that go, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned having a conversation with her after a meeting or a ceremony, if I understood you correctly.
Yeah, it was like a specific team breakout session. And so
Okay.
it's a little bit smaller than the entire convention. It's just a closer knit team.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you began to talk to her after that. Do you remember how long that conversation was?
It couldn't have been more than a few minutes. It was quick. Didn't spend a whole lot of time. We were going
Okay.
to and from.
And what were your initial impressions of Jodi at that time?
She was nice, beautiful. That's what I remembered about her.
Okay. At this point in time of this convention in Oklahoma City, and it was April 2008, that was your recollection or thereabouts?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did you know a man by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes. I knew who he was. I didn't know him personally.
Okay, so could you kind of describe that for us, what you mean by that?
Yeah, I maybe 3 months in the business, I was struggling, not doing so well. I was even thinking about quitting. And then at some point, Travis Alexander was flown into town as a guest speaker for Salt Lake City Market. And I attended that at training and I was inspired by him. It kind of changed my business around, and that was my only encounter with him personally.
Okay,
And so I just, I kept going and did much better after that.
okay. Now, you also mentioned that sometime subsequent to this initial meeting with Miss Arias. By the way, was Mr. Alexander there when the two of you were speaking during that initial session?
I don't know. I don't remember him, so probably not
Okay,
being there.
all right. And as someone who was important to you, you probably would have remembered that.
I probably would have recognized him. Yeah, probably. I mean, I know he was that event, but not that specific event when me and her were talking and exchanged numbers.
Okay, gotcha. And you mentioned something, I believe it was a smaller team get-together where a gentleman by the name of Zion Lovinger, did I get that correct, was there?
Excuse me. Yeah, that was probably about a month after convention. We were playing pool downstairs.
Okay. So this was after the convention was over, it was just the two of you then, is that?
There was a bunch of people, and I can't remember whose house we were at, maybe Dave Hall's mom's house or something like that.
Okay,
But it was kind of a dinner get together with just the business people in Salt Lake and the Utah area.
okay.
And yeah, eventually Jodi's name came up, and
Do you remember the context of her name coming up at this meeting? It sounds kind of out of
it's been
place.
so long. I don't really remember if I brought it up or if he did. I'm not sure.
Okay. In between this initial meeting and the time her name was brought up in this meeting, pool or what have you, did you have conversations with Miss Arias?
I don't think so. I think it was about a 3 or 4 week break before we really started talking after that convention.
Okay. Tell me what you can recall about that conversation with Zion about Jodi.
She's cool. You should give her a call, something like that.
Okay. You mentioned that he was trying to play matchmaker with
Yeah.
the two of you, I think was your words, right?
Yeah, it could be an assumption, but yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, what did you mean by that?
He mentioned that I should call her, and I told her that I originally had her number, and I think I even asked him for it because I didn't have it anymore.
Okay. And did he express the reasons why you should call her?
Not really.
Overall, do you answer yes or no?
No.
Okay, but something he said must have motivated you to call her. Is that
Yeah.
accurate? Okay.
Mhm.
And just so we're clear, you were single at this time back in 2008, or maybe May when you had this conversation with Zion?
Yeah. At
Okay.
that point, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so, did you take Zion up on his offer, and did you call Arias?
I think if I remember right, I actually called her right there at that event.
Okay,
Because I believe the first time I talked to Jodi, I was at somebody else's house. Seems like I even found it. Yeah, there was a room that had a sitting room, and I think everybody was kind of off this way. And I started talking to her, and I actually went and sat in that room where there was nobody at, and we started talking, and we talked for quite a while.
okay,
Seemed to hit it off pretty quick.
okay. Do you remember how long quite a while was?
Could be 30 minutes. You could tell me it was 3 hours. I wouldn't remember at this
All right.
point.
Fair enough, but you remember it being a pleasant conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Was your, thinking of how to put this, was your interest romantic, if you will?
I mean, sure, I was interested in getting to know her better and possibly dating her. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you remember about that conversation? I mean, just other than it was pleasant.
We talked about the same books we'd like to read. I mean, Atlas Shrugged, Think and Grow Rich, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And she kind of just had a lot of the same interests. She was a very good conversationalist on the phone. We just had a lot in common. When I initially met her, I mean, she's a businesswoman at a national convention entrepreneur. So I thought that was an attractive trait.
Okay.
Just all those kinds of things that sounded like somebody I wanted to get to know.
Okay. And everything in that phone conversation, nothing dissuaded you from your initial feelings, right?
No.
Okay. You also mentioned, and I think this might be a good point to talk about, you mentioned the fact that in crowds, she was a bit of a shy girl. In private, it was different.
Very different.
Okay. And I just wanted to, because it sounds like after the convention, when you first met her, you didn't see her in person again until June of 2008. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, that's the first time we ever met was when she came on that
Okay.
boat.
So
Outside of that.
what I was curious about, what I was asking about, and if you could explain it for us, is how did you draw that comparison? How did you make the comparison that she's a little bit different, engaging in conversation and shy in groups? Could you kind of
Sure.
explain that to us?
I mean, just when I talked to her, it was such a brief moment there in Oklahoma when I got her number. And then when we talked on the phone, it was just one-on-one, me and her, and she was very easy to talk to. There wasn't ever any awkwardness there. And I felt like I got to know her pretty well. She was funny. She just had a lot to say and a lot of insight on things. She asked a lot of questions. And, you know, it just never seemed like there was ever a moment of awkwardness. Now, when we got to get the briefing, I started noticing, you know, that she was a little shyer, you know, when she was in a crowd. And, you know, that's just something I noticed. I just noticed she didn't, she just a little shyer when she was in front of people.
Okay. And this briefing that you just mentioned, that was in June of 2008. That's when she came to Utah, right?
Right.
Okay.
That was a Thursday. Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you made contact with her in the March, February, or excuse me, I guess it would have been,
Probably.
I'm losing track of my months, April or
Probably
so.
May or end of April could have been.
Okay. When you had that contact, did you have any awareness of her dating Mr. Alexander, having a relationship?
No, in fact, at some point we had a conversation where she told me that they talked a couple times a week. And that actually shocked me because I talked to her for quite a bit of time, and I thought that relationship was long in the past. So when she mentioned that to me, I was kind of surprised that they weren't. But then it made more sense as she explained that was her executive director. That was the one that kind of, you know, and she also explained that at times she would help him put in applications and stuff with the company, and she was working with him as him being her mentor in the business as well.
Okay. So you said she had advised you that she helped him put in membership applications.
Yeah, I mean, she said a couple times a week they would talk business matters, but the relationship seemed to be far behind them.
Okay. Did she ever mention that she gave Mr. Alexander memberships so he could keep his
Yeah, I
numbers
think
high?
she did help him qualify for executive director if he was close. I don't know if she just mentioned she helped him in what way, but maybe, yeah.
And you mentioned, I think it might be a good time to kind of describe, you said to help him maintain executive director. I think that's the word you used, right? What is that? What does that mean? Could you just
It's a bonus level in our company, and it just, you get paid a lot more if you qualify for it. And so it requires a certain number of applications that your team would process. At that time, I believe it was 75 memberships. So if you only had 73 by the end of the month, you would still get paid director commissions, but not the executive director bonus. And so it's not a position you'd want to miss if you're close.
Okay. So it is there's financial reward for being a quote unquote executive director.
It is
correct?
big pay jumping.
Okay.
Yeah.
You say big pay jump. Is there any way you can, I understand it's a commission-based business from what I understand anyway, I should say. Is that correct?
I mean, for example, my first month as a director, I made $6,000. My first month as an executive director, I had my first $10,000 month.
Okay.
So it was a $4,000 increase for me.
Okay. And would that also, apart from the financial rewards, which obviously you just described are significant, are there, for example, status? Does this status allow you into certain places or certain meetings, or could you kind of define that for us?
Like an executive director banquet, for example, might be the only thing I could think you're referring to, or that you would get. Basically, you just got paid more, but there would be certain incentives the company would put out that would be just for the executives. And so we'd have 1,000 or a couple thousand of us with us in our state or whatever that would go to an executive director banquet.
Okay.
So, I mean, there is incentives in that way, yeah.
Okay.
And easier to get on the Cancun trips and that kind of stuff. The requirements are a little less for executives.
I see. Okay. Could you, and I know that the state showed you some of the instant message conversations you had with Ms. Arias between, well, not all of them, but some of which were between April, May of 2008 and June of 2008.
Mm-hmm.
And well, that was one medium you used to communicate, right?
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said you made phone calls as well.
Yeah,
You
usually at
talked about
night.
phone calls.
My business was really picking up at the time, so I think she was busy during the day, and she knew I was busy during the day. So if I call her, she called me, is usually around 11 p.m. at night when we were both kind of settling down.
Okay. Between this initial call you made at Zion's prompting and your meeting on June 4th or 5th of 2008, did you talk on a daily basis, a near daily
Probably.
basis? I'm sorry, I think I talked
4
over
or
you.
5 times a week. Could be more even. Text messages throughout the day sometimes.
4 or 5 times a week, and you text message during the day.
Sometimes.
And these instant message conversations that we just saw a few moments ago, when did those typically take place and how often?
I don't think too often, because you usually would just call each other, or we'd be texting. If we were both by a computer, when you're on Gmail, you can kind of see your contacts and who's actually online.
Okay.
And I think at one point she wrote, "Hi, this is a test," and then I was online and I responded back to her, and that's when we started kind of talking that way.
All right. Tell us about these conversations and what were the subjects you talked every day. What kind of things did you guys
Getting
talk
to
about?
know each other, her likes, dislikes. She'd ask me that. She'd ask me a lot of questions like, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What do you not like to do? What books have you read? She'd ask me questions about not too often, but a few times we talked about my dating history, you know, what that was like, how that happened. Do I have trust issues? Does she have trust issues? We would talk about just whatever come up.
Okay. You didn't have any conversations that could be characterized as phone sex?
Yeah, we probably did.
Okay. And when did those take place?
Sometime after she was there, after that.
Okay. But no, what I was specifically saying is between the time you met and the time you met in April and the time you met in June, there was none of that. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. And let me ask you just so we're clear, because some of it came up in April 2008 and June of 2000, between that period of time. Did you have any moral or religious qualms against premarital sex?
I mean, ironically, it was kind of, I hadn't actually attended an LDS church for probably over a year at that time. And she would often tell me how she felt about, you know, her religious beliefs, the Book of Mormon, how she felt. And I think that was kind of one of the big reasons why I didn't want her to regret her trip when she came, is because I certainly didn't want her going home feeling like she regretted her trip or she made a huge mistake or let temptation take over. And so, you know, that was one of the things that kind of made me stop, you know, when things were kind of getting a little heated between us. And so, yeah, it was more her expressing her religious beliefs and almost trying to bring me closer to God.
Okay, and you made that comment, I think, to, you know, I know you spoke to Detective Flores on the phone.
Yes.
Yeah. And we spoke a year or so
You
back.
came out to Salt Lake,
yeah. And that's, you said that very thing during one of those conversations, that she was trying to bring you closer to God.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that was during those phone conversations. And to your understanding, was she a member of your, I guess, former church at that time?
Yeah, she was. She was what they would call a convert. She was baptized later on. She wasn't grown. I don't think she wasn't raised in the church.
But
somebody introduced her to it.
Okay. Do you know who that someone was?
I've been told it was Travis.
Okay, but she did by her or did for someone else, or just gossip?
No, I think she told. Yeah, she told me. She told me in one of our conversations.
Okay, and did she seek to get you reinvested in the church? Is that
A little bit. I mean, yeah, she'd mentioned reading my scriptures and, you know, yeah.
Okay. And do you believe she was any reason to doubt her sincerity in that effort?
No.
Okay. During these conversations that you had, where you're talking about the scripture and your relationship with God, did she ever talk to you about, or confide in you, I should say, that she had a sexual relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yeah.
Okay, tell us about that.
She told me that she never wanted me to say anything to anybody because she didn't want to de-edify him in front of people that knew him. But they did go a lot further than they should have. I don't know if I ever heard her say they had sex, but it seemed like that's what she was saying. I didn't want to ask the specific question because I didn't feel like it was my business. But yes, at one point, maybe I did ask her, and yeah, I found that they had sex together. Yeah.
Okay. And, you know, you used the word edify, and that came up in the text, or excuse me, the instant messages you read a moment ago. You know, that leads me to ask a question during these conversations, text messages, emails, whatever mode you use to communicate. Did she ever badmouth Travis? Did she ever edify him?
Besides the conversation about him cheating on her and him being unfaithful, and she felt just not being honest with her. No, in fact, I always found it quite surprising that some of the people who, even after we found out, which I believe was 4 or 5 days after Travis was in for weeks.
Mr. Burns, if I could, let's just
Yeah,
focus on
absolutely, sir.
that period of time, okay?
Yeah.
She never edified him before June 4th.
She never said bad things about him, really.
Okay.
I mean, besides that, when she said the trust issue. Besides that, everything was, he was a great guy, Spider, he was great, everything.
This trust issue and this cell phone and this response to a text message from another girl, you recall talking to that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Okay. Do you know which girl she was referring to?
No idea.
Okay. Do you know the period of time that we're talking about when she found this out?
I was under the assumption it was a long time ago. I didn't know if it was 6 months ago or 2 years ago. I really didn't know. And again, I didn't try to hide too much in that relationship. I didn't feel like that was, it just didn't, I didn't know how long ago it was.
Okay, fair enough. Do you recall when they broke up? Or did she ever advise you of that? When she became
It seemed
single?
like a year ago. I was under the impression, I thought, but it could have been 2 years prior. I don't remember having that conversation about when timeline.
Okay. Do you know if it was the infidelity that motivated this breakup? 'Cause I kind of get that impression.
From everything,
Mr. Martinez, did you have an objection?
Objection, since that's not an evidence, I even answer, Alexander was begun faithful.
There's so many people talking at once. Why don't you ask the question again? Please wait.
sure,
In the event there is an objection, I need to respond.
absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Burns, there was some infidelity referenced in the instant message conversations we just saw. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it seemed like she didn't trust him. I don't know if he was doing stuff with other girls besides flirting and talking to other people.
Do you remember in your conversations with her, do you know if that was the reason that motivated them to break up?
Seemed like, yeah, that was what, I think at one point I even complimented her and I felt like she was, full disclosure, I felt like she was telling me a lot more than she needed to and I didn't ask her to. And yeah, it seemed like the reason they broke up was because they didn't trust each other.
Okay. During one of the conversations you had, you made a comment that something to the effect that Travis didn't want the relationship he had, and I think you referenced it a little bit earlier today, Travis didn't want the relationship to be public. Do you recall saying that, or?
Yeah, I think that was, that seemed like that was some of her frustration, that it didn't seem like the relationship was going anywhere. And I think and that's why she told me she moved away, because it just was, she explained it was hard to stop seeing each other when they were so close.
Okay.
So she moved away.
And when you say moved away, did she reference where she was moving to?
From Arizona to California. She moved away for that.
Okay. And I don't think you mentioned a specific city, but you mentioned when she returned to Northern California, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this would have been when, do you recall?
When she moved away from him?
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Do you remember when she told you about that?
Just that was the end of it.
Okay. But you don't
Or that
remember,
she wished that was the end of it.
okay, but you don't remember when she moved. You don't just saying, hey, I'm moving or anything like that. You don't
No,
remember
I
that.
don't remember
Okay.
her saying that to me.
But I still want to get back to my question about how Mr. Alexander didn't want their relationship to be public, which is something you've said in prior interviews. What did you mean by that? How did you get that impression?
It seemed like they were just on the way to breaking up, and they kind of hooked up a few times after they had broken up. you know, I think he, from the sounds of it, sounded like she wanted to move on, and it sounded like he wanted to move on.
Okay, so I want to, let me ask this a different way then. Did you ever see, and how long was this convention in Oklahoma City?
2 days,
2 days, okay.
sometimes 3 if you fly in the day before.
And I'm guessing the logistics of it was it's located at a certain hotel and everybody's,
It's the Cox Convention Center in Oklahoma.
okay. And I certainly don't expect you to have an attendance total with me, but are we talking hundreds of people, thousands of people?
Well over 10,000.
Okay. And were there a social event? I mean, you talked about meetings or social events, that sort of thing, correct?
Yeah, social events, parties. They do training throughout the day for about 8 hours. You got 2 4-hour sessions then. And then usually after they would have, you know, dance parties, hanging out, all kinds of stuff going on.
Okay. And it sounds to me, from what you've told us in the past, is that you and Jodi had a fair amount of mutual friends. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there any interaction with yourself and those mutual friends at the convention with Jodi there?
No.
Okay.
Just me and Jodi. I mean, I talk to those friends all the time there, but not with interaction with Jodi.
Okay. Did you ever see at this convention Travis and Jodi together as a couple?
No. No.
Okay. Did you ever see or hear of them together as a couple in any other forum?
No. That's why when we had a conversation that they had been talking twice a week, I was shocked because I thought they weren't talking to each other at all. I didn't know that.
Well, talking to each other could mean a lot of different things.
Sure.
Does that mean dating, or did you
Yeah.
have any sense of?
I don't know.
Where's your question?
Did you have any knowledge of Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias spending time together back in 2008?
Objection, foundation.
You may answer, overruled, you may answer yes or no.
No.
Okay. The conversing that you referenced a moment ago, you learned that knowledge through Jodi, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You're right. And if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Burns, I'm going to hand you a copy of what's been marked as Exhibit 283. Just to refresh your recollection about what I'm showing you, this was do you remember having some telephonic conversations with Detective Flores?
Yeah.
And that was back in the summer of 2008. Do you recall that?
Yeah. Probably middle of June, maybe later. I'm not sure.
Okay. What I'm going to do is ask you to read starting at line 7 of this exhibit on page 9.
Objection, improper impeachment. And if he's giving it to him to refresh his recollection, there's no question before the witness for his recollection to be refreshed about.
Counsel approach, please.
Mr. Burns, during the interview with Detective Flores, do you recall making a comment?
I'm going to object because he's going to introduce a hearsay by asking him it. If he wants him to look at it, he can.
All right,
I'm asking for the subject matter. I'm asking a subject matter question, not for specific verbiage.
without referencing the specific statement, you may ask a question.
Do you recall referencing to telling Detective Flores that there was some discussions about people warning Jodi not to date Travis because he was a ladies' man?
Statement about what other people are saying, hearsay.
Please. Gentlemen, we are going to the noon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 1:25. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. You are excused. Please stay. Yes, please stay. Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with this witness outside the presence of the jury for purposes of the objection.
Mr. Byrne, you made a statement in your interview with Detective Flores, and since we're outside the presence of the jury, you said, and in fact, they told her to stop dating Travis because they felt like he was kind of a ladies' man. Do you recall that? What?
Yeah.
Okay. And Judge, I would just be asking what he meant by that. And what do you mean? What did you mean by that?
I mean, I think Travis had the reputation of just kind of being a fun flirt, and I don't know who you're referring to when I said they. It's 5 years ago, so I don't know who I'm referring to when I say they.
Okay. And I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking you what you meant by when you said that. Okay.
That he was flirtatious.
Okay. And the other comment you made directly subsequent to that is that he wasn't treating her right. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Do you know what you would have meant by that statement?
From conversations from what Jodi telling me that he had talked to other girls even when they were supposed to be together. That might have been what I meant.
Judge, as it relates to the objection, I don't know if we want to have this here in front of the witness or the argument.
Mr. Martinez.
Regarding that particular statement that that's in exhibit number 283. They told her to stop dating Travis because they felt he was kind of a ladies' man. And who is that person?
I just don't know.
When did they tell you this information?
I don't remember saying any of that. I just don't remember how that conversation went. I just can't
Do you
remember.
have any idea what the motivation was for them to be saying that?
The only thing I can think of that would have given, no. Mm-mm.
I'm not asking you to speculate. Where were you when you may have heard this?
That they shouldn't.
They told her to stop dating Travis.
I don't know. I don't know when I would have heard that. I don't know. I don't remember saying that. I just don't remember how that conversation was going.
What were the words that were used other than your conclusion? They told her to stop dating Travis. What were the words that were used?
I don't remember any of that.
And in terms of he wasn't treating her right, but then they were telling me, who are the they that are telling you that he wasn't treating her right?
I mean, I really don't know who would have told me that. It might have been.
Well, we're not speculating.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I could take a guess of who I might have heard that from. I don't know. Mm-mm.
With regard to what it was that the statement was, what was the statement that involved his treatment of her? In other words, that he wasn't treating her right. What were the exact words?
I don't know.
In terms of Mr. Alexander, when Mr. Nurmi was asking you the questions, you said, well, he was a flirt, something like that. That was his reputation. Is that yes?
Yes.
What do you mean when you say he was a flirt?
Just talk to everybody, and, he was flirtatious. He, oh, Clancy told me that. I don't know who told me that.
I know, but what do you mean when you say that he's a flirt?
I didn't know enough about him, but I just knew he was a flirt. And that, he was, I remember Clancy telling me, at times that, that's just him. It's just, he would just flirt with everybody, just goofing around. Nobody really took it seriously. It seemed like, obviously he's just a flirt. That might have been what I meant.
At least somebody named Clancy told you that he was a flirt. So that's Clancy telling you that, right?
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Nerman, anything to follow up?
No, Your Honor, just argument I don't think is appropriate.
So his reputation was based upon what others told you, is that correct?
Right. I didn't know him. Yeah, personally.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Please return at 1:25.
Okay.
Mr. Nerman.
Judge, before we have argument, I wanted to be ensured that the microphones are off. It appears he's going into the victim's room.
He's going through the victim's rooms. That's where he has his wallet and his money for lunch.
All right, we turned it all off. You may proceed.
Judge, ultimately, this isn't the objection that, the way I understand the state's objection, and actually perhaps it was Mr. Martinez's objection. He should explain his objection because it doesn't appear to be hearsay at all. So.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, your objection.
It's hearsay. He's trying to introduce evidence of an out-of-court statement by somebody that they don't know even who said it. This individual does not lack, or this individual lacks any information as to who even told him. I know at the bench, defense counsel argued, well, it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. In other words, he's saying, I don't think that Mr. Alexander was a flirt. I don't think Mr. Alexander treated her badly. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If that's his position, then it's irrelevant. What difference does it make then what he was? So my objection is two-pronged. It's hearsay, and there's no foundation. And if he's offering it not for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's irrelevant.
However many prongs the state's objection has, both prongs are nonsensical. It's not hearsay because we're not trying to get in a statement. Mr. Burns stated that Mr. Alexander didn't treat Ms. Arias right, and that she was warned, or there was a discussion that she should not date him. And throughout the examination, subsequent outside of the view of the jury, he said, oh, that was because he was a flirt and that sort of thing. After Mr. Martinez took it to the extreme, and who said this, who said that? Because keep in mind, I didn't say, did someone tell you this? Did someone tell you that? That wasn't the question. That wasn't the subject of inquiry. He goes down, breaks him down and says, well, maybe, he says, I don't know. I don't know who said this. I don't know who said that. And then after being badgered for a little while, he says, well, you know, Clancy might have said, this person, Clancy might have said something about this, which was so far from the question. This is general reputation evidence. What he knew about his reputation, we're not saying anything about what someone said to somebody else. I did not ask him about Clancy. That's why I say it's nonsensical, because I'm not asking about a statement to hearsay. So, you know, we don't even get to truth or matter asserted because there is no statement. And that was the point I was making at bench. We're not even talking about anything being offered for the truth and matter asserted. So, Judge, I think the objection is not well taken and should be overruled, and we should be able to inquire, as Mr. Burns, on this subject matter.
All right, Mr. Nerman, the question is whether or not this witness had information from individuals that he cannot now identify regarding the victim. I believe that is hearsay. I'm going to sustain the objection to that question. If you want to rephrase your question, I will hear that and any objections the state may have, but I'm going to say in the objection, I believe it is hearsay, and I do not believe it is relevant that some unknown third parties gave him this information. So if you want to rephrase the question, when we come back from lunch, I'll give you an opportunity to let me know what that question would be. I will give the state an opportunity to object, and then we can proceed.
And for the record, I'm showing the defendant the exhibit marked as Exhibit 291. Could you take a look at this, please, sir?
Sure.
Now, based on your review of that exhibit, what day of the week was what days were your business briefings then?
My business briefing was on Thursday. My training was on Wednesday.
Okay, so could you tell us numerically what days those were?
Wednesday, Thursday, and are you talking about the first week of June?
No, I'm saying numerically, what day of the week? Was it the first, the second? What day was that business briefing?
Every Thursday and every Wednesday. Every week.
I'm asking you numerically. Is it that day, that first week in June?
Oh,
What
yeah.
day was your business briefing?
The business briefing was on the 5th,
Okay, and the training was on what day?
the 4th.
Okay, and your understanding, I believe what you testified to, is that Miss Arias was to arrive in your area in Salt Lake around June 4th, correct, for the first
Yeah,
meeting?
sometime on June 4th. Uh-huh.
Okay, sometime on June 4th.
Mhm.
Okay, and what time was that? And I'm forgetting, you said business briefing and meeting, I think, so on the 4th, was there a arrival time?
That I was expecting. Jodi?
Yeah,
I knew she was leaving LA. The conversation I had when she'd be leaving roundabout was 9 p.m. the night before, 9 or 10 p.m. So I was expecting her, if she drove straight through, it's a 12-hour drive, she would have got to my house at maybe 10 a.m. I didn't think she would drive straight through. We talked about she could call me if she got tired.
okay.
And so obviously if she slept, then that would take a little extra time to get there.
Okay, so let me back up then, or backing up a bit and looking at the calendar in front of you. Before she arrived in your home, when you met her on the 5th, I believe you testified earlier, correct?
Yes,
She arrived on the 5th? Okay.
she did.
The conversation you were just referencing in advance of the 4th, when did that take place?
That would have been on Tuesday night, the 3rd, maybe around 9 or 10 p.m.
Okay. And during that conversation, did she tell you where she was at?
I think she had already visited the family she told me she was going to in the Southern California area, and I can't remember the city. I'm thinking LA right now.
Okay, fair enough.
And she was going to leave. Originally, the plans was she was going to go visit whatever she was going to do there, and then come see me. So I assumed she was in LA area to come see me after
Okay, but she didn't specifically mention I'm in blank city.
If she did, I don't remember.
Okay.
Today.
Do you recall if she's told you I'm in Southern California?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. And during that conversation at 9 to 10 p.m., did she say to you, I'm going to be late, I'm not going to be there till Thursday, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did she make any excuses? Well, I might be a little late for any particular reason.
Maybe to take a nap in case she got tired.
Okay.
That's it.
But she advised you that she was be there on June 4th.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds to me further then from your conversation that there was at least some discussion or acknowledgement that you were approximately 12 hours away at the time.
Yes.
Did she give you any indication, I'm leaving right now, or I'm going to leave in an hour or so? Was that discussed? Or
I think that's why I was under the impression she'd be 12 hours, if not later.
Okay,
Yeah, she was leaving, yes.
okay. And she arrived on the 5th.
Yes.
Is that correct, from what I
Yeah.
understood your testimony?
Mhm.
And if I understood you correctly, that was around 10 or 11 in the morning? Is that
Mhm.
right?
Right.
Okay. And let me just a minute here, sir. If I may approach again, Your Honor. Sir, could you be so kind as to take a look at exhibits 278, 279, 280, 281, and 282? And please don't read them out loud, just please tell us if you recognize what they are. I'm reviewing the content to yourself.
Yeah, I do recognize them.
And what are they?
These are text messages that we text back and forth to each other.
Okay.
These mostly was about what I said.
What you said, the text messages from you? Your Honor, I would move that exhibits 278, 279, 280, 281, and 282 be moved into evidence.
Objection, hearsay.
Counsel Roach. 280, 281, and 282 are admitted.
And Your Honor, if I may approach again.
You may.
Mr. Burns, I'm going to show you again what's been marked as Exhibit 278. Could you review that to yourself again as well?
Yeah. Yeah,
And what is that?
it's a text I sent her end of April.
And that was while advancing your relationship at that point in time?
I mean, we've been talking quite a bit. Yeah,
Okay.
still had never spent time with her besides the short time in Oklahoma.
So in the context of this text message, then you were you were asserting or explaining your continued romantic interest in her. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
And if I may approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 279.
Mhm.
And that would also be a text message from you to her, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a further continuation of that conversation where you were expressing your, again, continued romantic interest in her?
Mhm.
Judge, I move for
Yes. Yes.
the admissions of Exhibits 278 and 279.
All right, the objections overruled. 278 and 279 will be admitted.
Why don't we start, Mr. Burns, with, you said in reference to Exhibit 278, you made the comment you hadn't heard from her in a while, and you sent her Exhibit 278 in an effort to kind of make contact with her. Is that correct?
If I can see it, it'd make more sense. Sure, explain.
Why don't we go ahead and put this up here? You can see that on your screen. Can you see that on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell us when you sent that text message?
April 30th at 8:03 a.m.
Okay. And could you read that for us?
Never. Well, not until I got my good night text from my adorable girl in Cali.
Okay. And that you said earlier then, is that correct then from what you said earlier? That was your reaching out to her because you hadn't heard from her for a while. Is that correct?
I can't remember if there was a conversation before or after this text.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 279. Are you able to see that on your screen?
Yes.
Can you read for us the date and time that was sent?
4:30 at 8:13 a.m.
And could you read that for us, please?
The whole thing or just the part you're showing me?
Well, whoops, sorry. How about that?
Thank you, gorgeous. Good night.
Okay. Was that in the same series of text messages?
I mean, it sounds like it's about the same time period. Yeah.
Okay. Now, sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 282. And this again from what you said earlier, this was another text message you sent to Ms. Arias. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you're able with your screen, could you read for us the day and time you sent that?
May 3rd.
Okay. And what time was that, sir?
It says 7:09 a.m.
Okay. And could you read for us your comment there?
Just come and stay.
And what was that a reference to?
I'm sure we had talked about her coming and visiting at some point. She seemed to travel a lot.
Okay. And you wanted her to come?
Sure.
Okay. And sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 281. And sir, I'll just show you that first part, if you could be so kind as to tell us when you sent that text message to her.
May 3rd, 7:19 a.m.
Okay. And just so we're clear, as it relates to all these messages, we're talking 2008, because this is after you met her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could be so kind as to read the verbiage message.
Good. So I'm getting closer to talking to you in. Okay. Okay. So, good. So I'm getting closer to talking to you into it. LOL. What do I have to do to seal the deal? LOL.
Okay. So it sounds like there might have been some reluctance, whether over text messages or phone calls, for her to come up to see you. Is that correct?
I never felt that way. I think
Okay.
if we read the other texts, I don't think we'd find that.
But you imply in this text messages, well, you had to do something. You had to do something to seal the deal. What was that about?
Yeah, I was just saying what I was saying, you know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What's your question, sir?
Well, I said, what was the point of that message? Why did you need to talk her into it?
Yeah, I wanted her to come.
Okay. But when I asked you a second ago if she was reluctant, you said you didn't sense that, so I didn't know.
I never sensed that, and I think if we read all the texts, it might make more sense.
Okay. Let me, again, if you could read the date and time you sent this text.
The 3rd, 7:23 a.m.
Okay. And could you read what you wrote there?
You promise not to play hard to get when you get here, LOL.
And just in case people may not understand, what does LOL stand for?
Laugh out loud.
Okay. Now we talked earlier, sir, about, well, let me ask you this. Do you agree that those text messages that you sent her were flirtatious?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. We talked a little bit about, earlier you made the comment that you had engaged in sexual conversations with Miss Arias.
After she was there.
Okay, after she was there. So before that, none. And then after she was there, are we talking about that same sort of thing, or are we talking about something different?
After she had visited,
Mm-hmm.
what's the same sort of thing? What are you referring to?
Well, these flirtatious messages, talking about not playing hard to get, that sort of thing. Is that what you mean by?
Before she had come, I mean, we talked about what we would do, watching a movie and cuddling up, and that's what I was referring to in those texts.
Okay. After was the conversation flirtatious, as I just said?
Mhm.
Okay, that's what you meant by sexual conversations.
Yes. Sorry.
And that's what you meant by sexual conversations with her afterwards, right?
These texts were shown her a month before she came to visit. Now you're talking about after she was there, so I don't know what you're asking.
Okay. You told us that you had conversations with her of a sexual nature after her visit, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm asking you is if the sexual nature of those conversations was as the same character as what we just saw.
We knew each other a lot more by that point. She had spent the whole day with me, so it was a little different.
Okay. And how would you characterize these messages, these conversations then?
Started talking, I guess, about, why things didn't go further. At one point, I kind of explained why, and she complimented me at some point. She also said she's a big girl, and she can take care of herself, that I didn't need to protect her feelings.
Okay. And is that what you meant by phone sex earlier or sexual conversations?
It wasn't necessarily sex, more like what could happen if we met up again. And she did invite me out to California to spend some time with her at a team event after, a few weeks after we found out Travis had died.
Okay, I appreciate you clearing that up for me. As it relates to the visit itself, then it sounds to me like, based on these messages and some of the things you said, I mean, not just these text messages, but the phone conversation, the IMs, the text messages, that you were at least hoping for, I'll use the words romantic interaction when she arrived. Is that fair to say?
When she came
First, when she came to your
house,
home in June of 2008, when she arrived on the 5th, you were expecting, maybe expecting is too big a word, you were hoping for a romantic interaction, right?
we had talked about, joking around on the phone, whether I had to make a move if we were snuggling up, and she said, no, she's a snuggler. And that's why I laughed. And that was part of the continuing conversation about how she said, would she have to play hard to get? She said she's a snuggler, and that's what that was all in context with. Watching a movie, snuggling up, that was what that was talking about.
But then it sounds to me like, given what you said before, you found her attractive, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were interested in pursuing a romantic relationship with her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be reasonable to assume that you were hoping for some sort of romantic interaction with her, be it kissing, and I'm not just talking sexual intercourse, talking kissing, cuddling, what have you. That was what you were hoping or maybe expecting to happen when she got there in June. Is that correct?
Now you're talking about before. My mind frame was in a different frame before she got there the first time, and then this after that.
It's the first time, but I'm specifically talking about June 5th.
Okay, when she came.
2008. Okay. And that would have been the first time you saw her since April, based on your other testimony. That would have been the first time you saw her since April in Oklahoma City, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you keep saying first time. Was there another time?
That's what I mean. No, that was the only time that we spent time together.
Okay. Was June 5th to 6th, I guess, near Salt Lake City at your home in the various Cheesecake Factory and the various restaurants you went to, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm asking, because you kind of qualified it a little bit talking about the different trips, and so it got a little confused. But when she was coming to see you, expecting her arrival on June 4th, 5th, and she arrives on June 5th, excuse me, you were hoping or expecting romantic interaction, isn't that correct?
Snuggling up, getting to know her. I mean, I didn't know how much I liked her or not, and I figured meeting her personally, I would be able to decide whether I wanted to pursue anything further. So what I've explained is what I was hoping for. Getting to know her more, spend time with her.
Did the visit meet your expectations? Were you happy with her when she left?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified as well that it sounds like you interacted with her for not quite 24 hours. Is that correct? About a day, less than a day when she left?
Wednesday the 4th, when she was,
Well, it sounds like she arrived, based on your earlier testimony, she arrived at Thursday.
Yeah, and I wasn't able to get hold of her on Wednesday, if that's what you mean, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is you saw her Thursday around 11, 10 or 11 by your testimony, and she left the next day around what time?
Maybe midnight 1. I'm not positive on the time
so
she
it's
left,
a
but it
little
was very
more-
late.
A little more than a day.
Yeah.
Okay. But during that time, you saw nothing abnormal.
No.
That she was acting very similar to the way she had in the past or in all her interactions with you.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that was, other than the cuts on her hand, that was something consistent throughout your interaction with her. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was also true, I believe, what we were talking about this morning, that you also observed her being shy in public, yet a little more talkative and interactive in private. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that behavior was completely consistent as well. Is that right?
That was the first time I saw it in public, so I wouldn't have had any reference point there. But yeah,
Okay, I thought you used Oklahoma City as a reference point.
3 or 4 minutes.
Okay,
And I spent a lot more time, obviously, that day she came to visit with in public.
but that was consistent, the phone interaction, and everything else?
Yeah.
All consistent, all appeared perfectly normal to you. Is that correct?
It seemed, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Sir, in terms of how much time she spent with you, you told us that she arrived what day of the week?
On Thursday, the 5th.
And you did what you guys did, and she stayed part of the night, is what you said before, right?
Yes.
And she left that night, right?
Yeah.
So she didn't stay more than 24 hours, did she?
No.
How long did she stay?
Been 14, 15 hours.
Let's talk about these text messages. And I'll start with exhibit number 280. Take a look at the upper, right there. What does that say up there?
That must be text 8 of 43.
Where are the other texts? Are you hiding them somewhere?
No,
Are you texting yourself through these things?
no, it's a conversation between both of us.
Where are the texts from her?
Sustained.
With regard to these, are you responding to her?
Yes.
And she's sending you things, right?
It's going back and forth.
And by looking at these, can you tell what she texted you in advance of number 8, which is exhibit 280?
Not exactly what she said before, no.
Could she
Can't
have been
remember.
telling you, hey, we're going to have some good sex? We don't even know, can we?
She never said that, but just, yeah, no, I don't know. what
Any
she said
idea
before.
as you sit here?
I can't remember, it's too long ago.
Oh, you may answer yes or no.
What's your question?
Any idea what this is responding to?
Can't remember, no.
281. What's that? What, up here at the right?
943,
Good. What are you saying good to?
something she said,
Do you know what it is?
no.
Exhibit 279. You're saying, thank you, gorgeous. What are you thanking her for?
The conversation, chatting with her, I don't
Do you
know
know
for
by
sure.
looking at this what you are thanking her for?
Overruled. You may answer.
The conversation we had, and I don't know
What
exactly
was
what
she
I'm referring
saying in
to.
that conversation as you look at this?
I'd need to read it to remember.
One at a time, please. Your objection, Mr. Nermy.
It's argumentative, it's the narrative, he's leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
What was she saying? Do you even know what she was saying? when you
No.
were- Exhibit 278. Never. Exclamation point. What do you never?
Yeah.
And if we take a look at these with 278, what's the date on that one?
It's May 30th. The
What-
time just doesn't seem consistent
No,
with our conversation.
Take a look at it again. What's the date?
April 30th,
And what's the number at the upper right-hand corner?
23 of 43 text messages.
And then if we take a look and the time, take a look at the time.
8:03,
In the morning?
yeah,
Then if we take a look at exhibit 279, look at the date.
yeah.
Is it the same date as the previous one? 278,
Yes, same date.
what's the time?
8:13,
That's later, right?
right?
Sir, one of the things that you were asked about was this cuddling. You remember being asked about cuddling on cross-examination?
Yeah,
Previously, you talked about the interaction that you had with her when she showed up.
yeah.
Was this the first time when she showed up there? Was this the first this whole time, was this the first episode of sexual interaction that you'd ever had with her?
Yeah.
Did you have any sexual interaction in Oklahoma City?
No.
And the kissing, about what time of the day was it?
Probably 3, 4 p.m.
And she arrived at what time?
10 or 11. 10 or 11.
So within 5 hours of arriving, and you'd never seen her before, this interaction is taking place.
Yes.
And you said, well, we talked about cuddling. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Does cuddling include her moving you around and getting on top of you and grinding on your pelvis?
No.
Is that what you mean?
We never talked about that.
But is that what cuddling means?
No.
Overruled, you may answer.
No.
What is cuddling?
I mean, just snuggling up to a movie. I don't know how else to.
One of the things that you were asked about was the future of this relationship. That's one of the things you were asked about in terms of what was the interaction between you and her over this either phone or maybe text message after she came to see you. You said it changed. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
How did it change?
I mean, had a good with her, spent the whole day with her, and felt like I knew her a little bit better.
In terms of the sex, then, I'm going to be more direct. Do you think if you had seen her again, second time, in your opinion, given what had happened before, you were there, that you would have engaged in sexual
Objection calls for speculation.
overall?
Hard to say. I think it could have gone further. I don't know.
How about the first time that you had it? Could it have also gone further?
Yes.
Calls for speculation.
Overall. Could it?
I mean, it could have. No, what?
One of the things that you also told defense counsel is that when she talked to you about the Mormon faith was that you had a conversation with her and you were asked, well, with regard to the Mormon faith, based on what you knew of her, did you have any reason to doubt her sincerity? Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes, I remember.
Applying that same standard, did you have any doubt or in her sincerity involving what she told you as to why she was late in arriving to West Jordan, Utah?
Yes, Your Honor, to be honest, cross and argumentative.
Counsel approach.
this issue of sincerity, you were asked about whether or not she was sincere in her trying to have you return to the church, right?
Yeah.
And what did she do to try to get you in this sincerity to get you to return to the church?
I mean, it was more like casual conversation talking about how she felt. Going to church, praying about it, reading scriptures, just.
Her demeanor on the telephone, when you spoke to her before she came out to visit you, her demeanor in these text messages, that one of them being 281, and then after she left you, did that change at all?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nermy?
Thank you. Mr. Burns, I think you might have already answered this question, but I was afraid it might have got lost in the other voices speaking. Mr. Mar-
About the speaking voice, if he has something to say to me, he can say it directly.
State your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Martinez asked you if she could have sent you to, you could have been responding to a question saying, we're going to have some really good sex when I get up there, right? He said something to that effect. He asked you that. That was what you're responding to. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And I believe you said she didn't send you a text message like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she didn't?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Anything else from the state?
No, I don't have anything
All
else.
right, it looks like we have some questions. Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? Looks like there's some in the basket. I don't see any other hands. Counsel, please approach. Mr. Burns, the jury have some questions for you. Where did the information about Travis Alexander being a flirt come from?
It's hard to remember because most of the people I talked to knew Travis more than Jodi. One friend of Jodi's was Leslie, and I think they might have had a conversation at some point. Kind of just, he wanted to move on, she wanted to move on, and
I'm gonna check here on the scope. Is that what he was asking?
Yes, the question was, where did the information about Travis Alexander being a flirt come from?
I can't be sure, but I would say it would probably be Leslie.
Sure.
I can't remember.
All right,
I guess
thank
that's
you.
the best answer I can say.
Next
that.
question. With regard to the exhibits you were shown earlier, do you know where the date and timestamps on text messages came from? Are they send dates? Do you know? Yes or no?
Don't know.
Why would you say goodnight at 8:13 a.m.?
I thought the same thing when I was reading the text. It didn't fit. I don't see why I'd say goodnight at 8 a.m. I don't know why that would happen.
Okay, Exhibit 286 testified about that earlier. Do you know on what date those conversations occurred?
This was either an instant message conversation we had before she came over to my house, or maybe the 8th or the 9th, before anybody knew Travis had been killed. This was a conversation. I think that's when this one is. It's a few days after she visited me.
Follow up from the state?
No, thank you.
Mr. Jeremy?
I do, Your Honor, briefly. Mr. Burns, you were asked about the dates and probably more specifically the times of the text messages in the first question, correct?
Yeah.
And what you said to us was that you didn't know why the dates were, the times were what they were, correct? And could you answer verbally for us, please?
Just what anybody else would guess. It's from the phone, I guess.
That's why I'm asking you to guess. I just wanted a verbal answer for the court reporter that you don't have any explanation for the
times.
Time seemed
I have
inconsistent
no
with
explanation for it.
the verbiage, right? No explanation. Okay.
Right.
But you're not doubting any of the verbiage. You remember you sent those text messages. Those are yours.
Yeah, sounds like, yeah. Yes.
Yes, those were yours. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions from the jury? Sir, you may step down. The state may call its next witness.
The state recalls Heather Carter.
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 2:35 p.m. and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition, you are excused. Presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel.
Judge, you know, I indicated that I was going to call Kevin Connor. I have other people waiting. It'll be quicker, so I'm going to call Maureen Smith.
Please come forward to be sworn.
Can you spell your last name? Maureen, M-A-U-R-E-E-N, Smith, S-M-I-T-H. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Your name
Maureen Smith.
and you work for.
I work for the Mesa Police Department's Forensic Services Lab.
And what do you do there?
I'm currently a forensic latent print examiner too, so my main job duties are to compare latent prints collected from crime scenes to known ink prints, to compare ink print to ink prints, and to process evidence.
As part of your duties, do you also have people come in, or do you go to people and then take their own fingerprints and affix them to a sheet of paper for later usage?
Yes, we do.
Take a look at Exhibit 294. Is this part of your work?
Yes.
And when did you complete that work that's on that paper?
These prints were taken on June 17th, 2008.
And the individual whose prints appear there and that you took, is that individual in the court today?
Yes, she is.
Tell me where she is seated and what she is wearing.
She is seated at the table at the far end. I'm sorry, I can't see what she's wearing. She has glasses on.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Yes.
And those are what? Are they her fingerprints? Are they more than that, or what?
These are what we call live scan 10 prints. Instead of using inked, I used a computer system in which I take the top part of the finger and I roll it over a clean piece of glass. The computer takes a digital image of that fingerprint and transports it directly into the database system.
And that's what you have there.
That's correct.
And the admission of Exhibit 294.
Any objection?
Moment, Your Honor. None.
Exhibit 294 is admitted.
These fingerprints here in Exhibit 294, where were they taken? Were they taken here in Mesa or somewhere?
They were taken at Mesa in our main station where we were located at 130 North Robeson.
And they do include a name.
Yes, they do.
And the backside includes the residence of this individual, correct?
That's correct.
And what's the address?
It's 352 Pine Street, Wairika, California, 96097.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor. As it relates to this fingerprint, what were the circumstances of you obtaining them?
I was informed actually by latent print examiner Connor that Detective Flores would be bringing in a couple of individuals to be fingerprinted, and that he requested to have their fingerprints not only put into our live scan system, but also to have prints taken. So we were doing them as part of the case investigation.
Okay, I should be more specific. Did Ms. Arias come in and provide you the opportunity to print her?
Yes, she did.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down.
The state of Kevin Biggs.
Can you spell your last name?
Biggs, B-I-G-G-S.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Kevin Biggs,
And who do you work for?
Mesa Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I'm a forensic latent print examiner too.
Are you the same, do you do the same sort of work as Maureen Smith?
Yes.
Do you have occasion to fingerprint somebody by the name of Jodi Arias?
Yes.
Is she in the courtroom today? Where she is seated and what she is wearing?
She is seated to the table to my left and has a black long sleeve shirt or jacket on.
The record reflect the identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 293. What is this?
These are the major case prints that I took of Ms. Arias
And what date did you take them?
on 6/17.
My question to you is this. Take a look at Exhibit 294. That's this one here, and yours is 293. What is the difference between 294 and 293?
This is the set of prints that was taken.
Well, this being, we don't know which, but would that be Exhibit 294?
Exhibit 294.
Yes.
Yeah, are the prints that were taken on the digital computer were digitally collected by Maureen Smith.
All right. So they were taken on a computer, right?
Correct.
What's the difference between that one and the one that you took?
Number 294 is also a 10 print card. My prints were taken with ink and paper the old fashioned way, and they are major case prints. So they include palm prints and joint prints also.
So yours are a little bit more inclusive. Would that be one difference?
Yes,
And yours were taken the old fashioned way with ink and paper?
yes.
Why were you taking yours that way if you already had the other ones? Why was that being done? What's the difference?
The computer or the APHIS system that we had only did the 10 prints. There was an option in our building to have palm prints also, but they're pretty limited on what they can take. But the way I did it, I was able to get all of the ridge detail, including the two joints of the hand and both edges of the hand, which the palm print the APHIS system does not collect.
So you had more information that was not collected as part of the APHIS system, is that right? Is that what you're?
Correct. At the time that I took these, and the machine that we were using did not have the option to collect palm prints. We only had the option to do the 10 prints.
With regard to a fingerprint, can it be dated? For example, if it's lifted from a place, can it be dated? In other words, if you pick it, you get it, you identify it, can you then say it was left on this date at such and such a time?
No, we would have to go back to a time that it was cleaned or the item was manufactured, but no way to date it other than that.
All right. I move for the admission of Exhibit 293.
Any objection?
Oh, Your Honor. No objection.
293 is admitted.
And let's take a look at this. And this is the difference that you're talking about. This is actually done with ink and paper.
Correct.
And in terms of the information that's provided here, the height and the weight, who provides that?
Miss Arias gave that to me.
And date of birth, did she also provide that?
Yes,
Is it signed by her?
yes.
You were talking about how yours has an addition to it, take a look at the back of one of them. What are we looking at here?
That is the left palm print.
And then we have something, what is this right here?
That's a left little finger on the front of it. When after rolling the left little finger on the front, there's not any more space up there. I felt I needed to roll it again, and so I rolled it back here on the back and then rolled it.
And what is this over here on the top? Looks like just like a smudge.
That's going to be the thinner side of the palm. The thumb side over here, the extreme edge that I was talking about, the wing collect that we don't get on the APHIS system.
Is this the left? Given that this says left, this is the left palm, correct?
Yes,
And the one in the back would be the right palm then, right?
correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Sir, where were these prints obtained?
At the Mesa Police Main Station at 130 North Robeson in the latent print unit.
Okay, and Ms. Arias came in, voluntarily gave you your prints, all the prints you wanted and left, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down.
Let me check and see who's out there. Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Smith, please take a stand. You are still under oath. Do you understand? Mr. Martinez?
Your name, please?
Maureen Smith,
With regard to this case, you told us that you were a latent print examiner, is that what you said?
that's correct.
Do you also do the collection of any biological substances for later testing?
Yes, we do.
And what is it that you do?
If we're requested, we are able to collect either DNA samples that are unknowns, or we are able to collect DNA samples for known purposes.
With regard to the individual Jodi Arias that you previously identified, did you take any biological samples from her?
Yes, I did.
What did you take?
I collected what is called the buccal swab, which is a swabbing of the inner lining of the cheek. We just gently take a sterile swab and swab the inside of the cheek cells and collect those into a secure packaging.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Smith, you just testified earlier that Ms. Arias came into the station, gave you her prints, and departed. Take it the buccal swab same day in the same manner, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. Step down again.
Heather Connor.
Ms. Connor, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Your name, please?
It's Heather Connor.
Ma'am, last time we were here, we were talking about exhibit number 139. Do you remember talking about this?
Yes, I do.
And specifically with regard to this, what are we looking at?
This is the west wall of the hallway between master bedroom and bathroom. And it's showing a piece of wall that has a square drawn around it.
And you actually seized that square, right?
Yes, I did.
And that would be exhibit number 239, correct?
Yes.
And exhibit number 140, we did not look at that, which is a photograph that we're looking at here.
What you see in this photograph is a latent palm impression that has been developed on the wall. So that's friction ridge skin from the palmar side of your hand.
How was this developed at the site, or was it developed somewhere else?
This was developed while I was at the scene.
And that's why you decided to take the wall?
That's correct.
Once you take it back to the lab, what did you do with it?
Additional photographs were taken of this latent impression in laboratory after the wall was seized.
Why were there additional photographs taken of this particular fingerprint?
While we were at the scene, photographs were taken of the wall and the print on the wall. However, being that it was in the hallway, it was somewhat of a tight space with which to work with a camera and a tripod. So the intent was, in case the photographs at the scene didn't turn out as well as they might be able to, we could take additional photographs in the laboratory.
In terms of the comparison that may be done later, is the comparison then done between the wall, or is it done between the photograph of the wall and the known fingerprints?
The comparison is done between the photograph of the latent print and the knowns.
Take a look at exhibit 292. What is this?
This is the photograph of the latent palm print from the wall.
And is it a photograph of this that we're looking at, which is exhibit number 140, or is it 140? In other words, is that just a black and white photograph of this, or is that a different photograph?
There were numerous photographs taken of the same ridge detail. I don't know if it's the exact same photo, but it is of the same exact ridge detail and surface.
In looking at exhibit 140, there is an arrow there. What does that mean?
That is indicating the directionality of the print. I'm trying to orient it on the wall. So the up means that the wall went up from there.
To the ceiling.
Yes.
LCV stands for?
Luco Crystal Violet.
And impression AD, what is that?
AD was the designator, the unique identifier given to this latent impression within the scene.
Move to the omission of exhibit 292.
No objection.
Exhibit 292 is admitted.
Let's start at what I'm calling the lower right-hand corner. And that would be right here. What is that? What are those notations?
There you have my initials, HC, my employee ID number, which is 16166, and the date 6/26 of 08.
And why is that date on there?
That is the date that this latent print was individualized.
And at the top, what is that? 169A, what is that about?
That is the designator that was assigned by me to the latent print. The latent print is now latent impression 169A.
Even though down here we have impression AD, it's the same one.
It is.
And the second page is, so this is exhibit, is that just the back of it?
Yes, that's the information that was that's on the back of the photograph.
Did you have occasion to compare 292 to, first of all, exhibit 294, which looks just like a 10-print card? Did you do that or not?
No, this was not compared to this record.
How about exhibit 293? Did you work with this?
Yes.
What did you do with regard to that?
The latent palm print was compared to the known impressions on this exemplar, and this was the exemplar used in the individualization.
And with regard to exhibit 292, what were your findings or what were your conclusions?
Latent print 169A was individualized as the left palm of Jodi Arias.
Is that the notation that's here on the left?
That's correct.
Who put that on there?
I did.
And as we look at the wall, which is exhibit number 229, which is the top, this one or this one right here with a little insignia?
Can I see it, please?
Sure.
The wall was oriented this way,
And where would the fingerprint?
this region.
And in that particular region, which palm print was it? Which to the right?
It's the left palm?
And can you tell us how it was on there using your left palm print?
Absolutely. If I may stand?
Sure.
It's this region of the left palm
Okay.
in this direction.
So if we remember go ahead and keep your arm that way. If we remember our directions, your fingers would then be in a northerly direction if we look at the diagram, right?
That was correct.
And then the bathroom would be behind you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And you also have a case to impound exhibit number 217.
Yes, I did.
And what is exhibit 217?
This is a scale that was collected as item number 15 LB.
And was this in the bathroom?
Yes, it was.
Is this the one that has the glass or is this the one that's glass?
This has a glass-like top.
Move for the admission of exhibit 217.
No objection.
217 is submitted.
Was there a bathtub in the bathroom?
Yes, there was.
And 227, is that the bathtub?
Yes, it is.
Move for the admission of exhibit 227. Yes.
No objection.
Exhibit 227 is admitted.
Ma'am, I'm looking at the photographs, you notice that there was, on the bed, do you remember that there were some items on it? And I guess I can show you a picture of it. 63 and 64. You see this here?
Yes, I do.
And exhibit number 64. This right here. Did you collect that?
I don't think so.
Take a look at exhibit number 212. Tell me if you know what this is. What is that?
These are the items that were collected out of the dryer.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I believe we've already moved these into evidence, but if not, I'll move them in again. 212. It does say on the track that it's bedding items. Exactly what are we talking about with regard to exhibits?
I don't recall every item in there, but we went over them on Thursday of last week. There's sheets, another type of sheet item that has buttons on it. From personal experience, I think I would say it's a duvet cover, something along those lines, towels and the like.
Now, let's take a look at exhibit 130. This area here, where is this area, first of all?
That is the carpet leading from the master bedroom right at the entryway to the hallway that leads to the master bath.
And exhibit 131 shows us what?
That is showing a bird's eye view of some of the red stains that's on the carpet.
And this right here?
That's the tile in the hallway.
What's exhibit 211?
It's wrapped in butcher paper, but it appears to be the piece of carpet that was cut out and collected this piece of carpet.
When you say that, it appears, sort of makes it seem that you're not sure. So I think the scissors may be there, if they're not. Go ahead and open it. They're not. Yes.
this is the piece of, but I can see some of the staining on the interior fold.
I go through the admission of exhibit 211. That's the number on it, right?
211.
Mr. Mayor, if you want to look at it, why don't you walk up and do so?
Did you look at her gloves? Of course.
No objection.
211 is admitted.
The Forrest will help you, if you pull it out so that we can take a look at it, please.
Is there any butcher paper or anything available?
No, we don't have any. No, it's fine. If you could hold it up, I think, so that it should all that way. And ma'am, if you take a look at the screen over there, which is 131, can you see it behind you or on the side? You
Yes.
see this area here, the
Yes.
tail, and you see that the tile is this way. What's in this direction? Is the bathroom in this direction? Can you orient it with that on top? So this is this is how it was at the house, with this being the northerly direction.
Yes.
You could-
Northerly direction?
I'm sorry, southerly direction.
That's correct.
If you could place it in its container?
Oh, bring it back.
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Connor, do you still have the gloves with you there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I believe last week, one of the things you did is you testified about the contents of the washing machine. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw, well, several things in there, but one of the things we saw was a camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing we saw was various articles, the towels and clothing, that sort of thing.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me draw your attention back to what has previously been marked and entered as Exhibit 216. Ma'am, if you could be so kind again, if I recall correctly, last week you testified that you believe the towel in that laundry had been bleached. Is that correct?
If I recall, I was asked if I was familiar with what bleach would do to an item of clothing and whether this resembled what I was familiar with, something along those lines.
Okay. And you I think you gave us the opinion that you believe that that towel had incurred bleach. Is that correct? Or had encountered bleach, perhaps? Had been bleached.
I don't know if it has been bleached. There's certainly, from personal experience, knowing what bleach does to clothes, it resembles what bleach would do to an item of clothing.
If you could do me a favor, if you could look through, take, if need be, look through them and see if you see any other item that has any evidence of being bleached or have contact with bleach. Could you do that for us?
Certainly.
And Ms. Connor, if you recall last week, that was the item you believe had been bleached.
Has the same appearance as what bleach may appear, yes.
Okay. And forgive me, I know you probably don't recall your exact words, and I don't either, but that's a yes. Okay, and if you could look through any of the other items. And you're holding a sock. Is there any appearance of bleach on that sock?
There's orange coloration to an otherwise very dark sock.
And you're holding up another sock.
Yes.
Is there any evidence of bleach on that item?
Certainly an orange coloration that's different than the remainder of the sock.
Okay.
There's different coloration on the shirt, but I don't know the cause of that.
And I believe you testified last week that that was a tie-dyed shirt, that appeared to be a tie-dyed shirt, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Would you agree with that assessment today?
It certainly could be.
Okay. And ma'am, I see you're going through many items. Are you not seeing? Could you just hold them up? You seem to be shuffling through them. Could you just take a good look and make sure that? No, is there an indication of bleach on that sock?
Not that I see.
Okay. And you have another sock. Is there any indication of bleach on that?
No, sir.
Okay. And the undergarments?
I
suppose
can't speak
that
to
might be
whether it's
hard
been
to-
bleached. It would be difficult to tell, in my
Fair enough.
opinion. Don't appear to be anything on
Okay.
that sock.
The shorts, is there any appearance of bleach on those?
Not that I see.
Okay. And the t-shirt you're holding?
Not that I see.
Okay.
Would you like me to continue?
Well, is that all the items, ma'am, or was there?
There are a few additional items
Okay.
in here.
Yeah, please.
I don't see anything on this.
On this sock, correct?
And with the cursory glance, I don't see anything obvious on this
Okay.
pair of pants.
And is that all the entire contents there? Another white item to which we could not determine.
That would be correct.
Fair enough.
Without going through every single sock, that I believe is everything that's in here.
Okay.
I would have to pull them out one by one otherwise.
I understand, but no indication of bleach on all those items, correct?
Not during this cursory look.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
If I may approach you, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 213 and entered, excuse me, as Exhibit 213. Before you go over that, I just wanted to ask you a question about Exhibit 216. All those items were in the same load of wash, is that correct?
Was that item 16?
Yes, the one you just looked at, those were all what was taken out of that same load of wash when you were there at the crime scene, correct?
Yes, it was.
And just to further clarify too, you mentioned, I believe, that there was a biological unit that collected items of biological evidence, correct?
Members of the biology unit of the forensic services section responded to the scene and helped me process it. They identified certain stains in other areas of the house and performed preliminary testing. I did all the collection of the biological evidence.
But my understanding was that the biological unit or the people that do the biological testing did not test that. Is that correct? Is that what I believe that's what you told us last week, but I just want to make sure that's correct.
I don't have any work in the biology unit. I wouldn't be able to tell you what items were tested and not.
Okay. But to your knowledge, that wasn't immediately tested at the scene or when you collected it?
The type of testing that was performed at the scene was preliminary testing on certain stains that we found in some areas of the home. The items within the washing machine were not tested at the scene.
Okay. And then if you could be so kind as to open up what's been marked Exhibit 215.
We have spilled some water. Excuse me for a moment.
Okay, and that is the camera, correct?
This is a camera bag that was collected from the loft area of the residence, yes.
Okay. Inside that bag, was there a strap associated with the camera?
There is a strap inside. I don't know to what camera it would be associated, but there is a strap.
Okay, and it looks like, although some of the letters may be off, it looks like there's a brand on that strap. Is that
It shows Sony.
okay? And is that the only strap in there?
Inside the bag, yes, there's a strap on the bag itself.
Right. Okay. Moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
Ma'am, with regard to Exhibit 216 and what I'm going to call the tie-dye t-shirt, do you know what size it was?
I would please.
finish putting that away, okay? Take a look at. What size?
This is marked an M for medium.
How about the other white t-shirt that was there?
That is marked L, large.
Ma'am, you also were asking, or you were asked about who collected the biological evidence at the scene. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
With regard to, and I'm looking at the photograph, exhibit 140, the fingerprint.
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to, I asked about the collection in the washing machine.
I think he was asking her about the collection at the scene and how it was done. That's what he asked her.
Council approach.
Ma'am, with regard to the collection of any biological substance at the scene, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
With regard to this photograph involving the palm print number 140, did you collect or check this area for biological substances?
This particular area, the piece of wall containing the print was cut out, and there was testing performed after the fact, but not at the scene.
Okay, so it wasn't done at the scene, it was done somewhere else.
That's correct.
And you didn't do that though, right?
I did not.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Nermi,
I have no question.
any questions? Looks like we do have a question from the jury. Any other questions from the jury for this witness? Council, please approach. Ms. Connor, the jurors have some questions for you. Why was the towel not tested for bleaching?
I don't know of any testing that we could perform at the crime lab that would test for bleach, but I don't work in the other units. I don't know the answer to that question.
Was there a wrist or neck strap on the camera in the washing machine?
Would it be possible to see the photograph of the item that we've seen prior?
Mr. Martinez?
Exhibit 11. Exhibit 12. Exhibit 13. Exhibit 14. Exhibit 15. And Exhibit 16.
It does not appear that there's a strap on that camera.
Is every inch of all surfaces tested for prints?
No, it is not.
How are decisions made to test or not test a given area? For example, were the walls dusted from floor to ceiling?
The walls were not dusted from floor to ceiling. A determination is made based on training and experience of the latent examiners and crime scene investigators at the scene regarding what areas will be processed for latent prints. In this case, along the hallway walls, for example, there was a wide swath of the wall that was tested. I would estimate from knee height to approximately neck chest level, the areas that would most likely be touched with regular handling or movement around the house. It's not feasible for us to be able to process every inch of the house from floor to ceiling. So we examine the scene and determine what areas are going to be the most probative and likely to yield latent prints.
What type of key is needed to unlock the master bedroom door?
I don't know that.
Was the knife that was used in this crime recovered at the scene?
I don't know that either. There were knives that were collected in the scene. I cannot speak to whether or not they were involved.
Follow up from the state.
Thank you.
Looks like we have an additional question. Counsel, please approach. Ms. Connor, how long will a print rest on a surface if it is not washed or disturbed?
The answer is possibly indefinitely. There is no way to date a latent impression. You can consider things such as the manufacture of an item, such as a soda can. Obviously, the print could not have been left before the soda can was made or created. In the same regard, if you have a window, for example, and it's been washed, you can assume in some cases that any prints that are on that would be the last washing if the washing was very thorough. Depending on the type of residue that leaves that print, it can last for a very long time.
Any follow-up from the state?
Yes. With regard to when a fingerprint is left behind, if somebody says, for example, hypothetically, I was there on June 4th, whatever year, and I killed this individual, and I hadn't been there before that, since before May, and I haven't been there since then, would you be able to date that fingerprint?
I am not able to date any fingerprints.
Would you be able to tell us when it was left, given the other information? You used the example of the soda can. Would
Yes.
you be able to date it, or not date it, or tell us when it was left? That hypothetical.
Will you repeat the hypothetical, please?
Hypothetical is, have a killing, and you have an individual who says, I did the killing on June 4th. And they haven't been there for months, and they haven't been there in months after that. With regard to a fingerprint, let's say that's collected from a wall, would you then be able to say, well, I believe, based on the fact that I found the fingerprint and other information, my opinion is the fingerprint was left on such and such a date? Hypothetical of June 4th.
It depends on other circumstances within the case. If I have information regarding what potential type of residue or substance a print is left, and there's enough information, I may be able to guess.
Assume the information that's left behind with regard to Exhibit 140. Assume that's the information you have.
The latent impression that was called 169A when it was compared, or impression AD, was developed with a chemical that we use in certain situations where we believe there may have been a print that is left in blood, for example. Because it does not react with the normal constituents of fingerprint residue, it's possible to draw some conclusion, but I still wouldn't be able to give you an exact dating of a print.
What conclusions can you draw?
Yeah, I'm going to object, Your Honor. This goes beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled.
This particular chemical was used to process that area of the wall because we saw a great deal of red stain, because I saw a great deal of red staining in that area. My belief that it was possible that there could be a print on the wall that could be in a biological substance such as blood. I used this chemical because of that, with the belief that if any prints were developed with the chemical, they may have been left at the time of the crime.
Anything else?
Mr. Nermi? Any other questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down. Mr. Martinez?
The state calls Esteban Flores to the stand.
Detective, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. Esteban Flores?
You're the person who was previously testified in this case, right?
Yes.
You're the case agent, right?
Yes.
And previously, we discussed the conversation that you had with the defendant telephonically on June 10th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
Did you also have a conversation with her after that?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a conversation with her on June 25, 2008?
Yes, I did.
That would have been approximately 2 weeks later, correct?
Correct.
What was the purpose of this second call?
Follow-up questions, and we had gone through with the investigation, and more information had come in at that point.
And did you initiate this call, or was this also in response to her calling you?
I don't remember exactly, but I remember her calling me a few times, and I was trying to get a hold of her as well, along with calling other people at that time.
Was this tape recorded?
Yes, it was.
And during this conversation, did you have more pointed questions about her relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I wanted to clarify the relationship.
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 2 or 3 minutes here. If you would like to stand and stretch, you are welcome to do so.
So with regard to how they met, did you address that issue with her on June 25 of 2008?
Yes, I did.
Show you exhibit number 310 for purposes of record keeping. This is clip number 8.
Yes.
And you've seen it before we came here today, correct?
Yes, I did.
Move for the admission of exhibit number 310.
Judge, I'm still reviewing the excerpt, so it'll take a moment.
Yes, you may take a moment. Exhibit 310 is admitted.
How long did you guys actually know each other?
We met in September of 2006 at the MGM Grand.
2000.
Yeah, and that was the Briefly Legal International Convention, where tens of thousands of people go.
And when did you guys actually start dating?
Not for a while. We met in September. The following weekend, he invited me to church, and the following Wednesday of that day, he gave me a copy of the Book of Mormon. I started reading it. Got baptized November 26th. We would talk a lot and hang out a lot. We kind of had like a thing, and there was definitely an attraction and an interest, but we weren't officially dating until about February of 2007, early February, I'd say. And I think it just a string of events sort of pushed that together. Travis has kind of a commitment phobia, I guess you could say.
Or did you then discuss with her the breakup?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 309, clip number 9. And is that the one that discusses that?
Yes.
This conversation was quite lengthy, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Was it approximately an hour and 45 minutes?
Right about that.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 309.
309 is admitted.
And so,
Down here?
no, I didn't move down actually until June. It was right, we broke up ironically.
She went in June of 2007, and you guys broke up soon after?
Yeah, we broke up right around the same time.
Did you also ask her about the reason for the breakup?
Yes, I did.
Take a look at exhibit number 296, which is clip 22.
Yes.
Is that it? Move for the admission of that exhibit, clip 22.
296 is admitted.
I've been in relationships before where the other guy wasn't faithful, and there's like a distinctive gut feeling that you just have, and that I've noticed, and because I've been in relationships where they were faithful, at least to my knowledge, they were totally faithful, and that feeling just isn't there. And so I had this feeling with Travis, and I gently asked him about it. He got really upset, and he's like, no, there's nothing there, don't worry about it. And I knew he was on his phone texting a lot, and I knew he was texting these girls, and I was like, well, what about your text messages? He's like, look, I can be flirtatious, but there's nothing going on. And I said, okay. So this was last year in June, and one day he was taking a nap, and I felt, this is where we lost, this is one of the reasons we lost all of our trust. I shouldn't have done this, but I grabbed his phone and I looked at his text messages, and I found there were tons of girls that I'd never heard of. And I knew that he knew a lot of people from the business, so I didn't worry too much about it. But what bothered me was there were, not only were some flirtations like I had suspected, which bothered me, but it wasn't necessarily a crime. But there were plenty of, there were like plans, like things like, well, where do you want to meet? Oh, well, I don't know, wherever the best place for us to make out is, you know. And I was like, what? Oh my gosh, you know, we've been dating for a few months at this point. And he always said, well, we're not dating anybody else. And to him, that was, I think, reasonable enough, because I think in his mind, he was making out with other girls, he wasn't dating them, was okay. And the only reason I think that's true is because of what we continued to do while he was dating Lisa, and I didn't realize that either. So I confronted him about it. Actually, I didn't confront him at first. I should have been an adult about it and confronted him, but I held it in for a few weeks, and then it all came out. And that's when we broke up. And so I just realized that I didn't feel like I could trust him fully to be monogamous, and I don't think that he could trust me fully to not get back in his phone someday and try to find something out. So.
After she moved here to Mesa in June, as she indicated after the breakup, did you ask her what she did here or what kind of work it was she did here?
I believe she was waitressing, just
Did you discuss it with
odd
her
times.
did you discuss it with her on the tape?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibit 308, this is clip number 10. And did you review it before coming to court?
Yes, clip 10.
And is this one that deals with this issue about what she did when she moved to Mesa?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 308, number 10.
Submitted.
The whole time you were down here then? You just kind of tried to work and...
I guess I figured, you know, like Mesa is like the Mormon land of opportunity, honestly. It's kind of the way I look at it.
And with regard to what she did between the time she was here and came out here in June until April, until she moved, did you and she discuss what she did then?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibit 306, clip number 12, and does that clip describe that portion of the conversation?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibit 306, clip number 12.
306 is admitted.
So you just had them around town doing your thing till April or so, and then you left.
Yeah, I hung around. I was in the University 6th Ward, went there. He was in his Desert Ridge Ward. We didn't live that far apart, so I mean, I was over there a lot. Not a lot, because he had his own social circle from his church that I didn't really want to interact with, because I sensed that maybe there was a little bit of awkwardness there because of Lisa and because of Elena. And
Oh, that's right, because Lisa went after that.
During the time that they were broken up between June and April, did you then also talk to her about the type of relationship that they had?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibit number 305, which is clip 13, and exhibit 312, which is clip number 5. Did you listen to these before you came? Does that describe their relationship while they were broken up?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibits 305 and 312.
Exhibit 305 and 312 is admitted.
You mentioned it. I mean, obviously you guys dated before. And
Yeah, we
you guys
dated last.
were kind of just still really good friends, but not, romantically seeing each other anymore.
Not exactly. We broke up
Still
last.
kind of.
Yeah, and I would say there was sort of a romantic side to it, you could say, or an intimate side to it. But we weren't exactly on the path to marriage, anything like that, and we both knew that.
And exhibit number 305.
I mean, some people have some unpleasant stuff to say about you. And I don't know why. I mean, I talked to you and you seem like a good person. And, they're just saying that you were kind of obsessive after the breakup and things like that. But what was going on that would make them think that?
The only thing I can think of, and I realize that, is because I was at his house a lot. But I didn't go to his house unless I was invited over, unless he knew I was coming over. He would send me text messages late at night saying, "Hey, I'm getting sleepy, ... this is these, ... It was like, that became like my cue. That became like our code word for, I'm falling asleep, you can come over now and sneak into my room and wake me up kind of thing. And so, that would happen a lot. And I
mean, I don't want to make this unpleasant or anything, but I mean, was there still a sexual relationship going on after that?
Yeah, there was.
Did you discuss, she's been out there since the breakup in June, did you discuss her leaving in April or the last time that she was at his house, where she indicated how long that had been?
Yes.
And take a look at exhibit number 304, that's clip number 14. Did you review it before you came here, and is that what this is, what it indicates?
14.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 304.
304 is admitted.
Was in April when you left?
Yeah, it was April. I spent, my friend Rachel that I originally moved down with gave me a futon to sleep on, and I gave that back about a week and a half prior to moving. Her and her husband came out with his truck and they loaded it up. They were just lending it to me, and I didn't want to move it, so they came and got it, and I didn't have a bed, and he was like, you just come stay with me. So I pretty much stayed there for the last week. Left.
His roommate said something about you, the last day you had a U-Haul and you were leaving and you had stopped by to say goodbye or something.
Yeah, I had the U-Haul and I was already there, but I parked it around the corner because it was huge and I had my car on the back of it, so I couldn't just park it right out in front of his house. So there's a little If you go just past his house down the corner, I have U-Haul parked there. It's like,
So that
So,
was
yeah.
Do you remember what day, April that was?
I don't. I want to say, I'm thinking the 9th, but before you quote me on that, I can check.
But towards the beginning of April.
Yeah, it was like more towards the middle, but it was maybe towards the beginning. Yeah. Because originally I was supposed to leave early April, like April 1st, like April after April, but I ended up staying another 4 or 5 days. Because it was like,
Stay there with him or someone?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with him.
Did you then discuss with her the purchase by Mr. Alexander of the camera?
Yes, I did.
And does Exhibit 302, Clip 16, Exhibit 301, Clip 17 deal with the purchase of the camera and her role in that purchase?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibits 301 and 302.
301 and 302 are admitted.
This is clip number 302.
Yeah, I have a lot of pictures. Actually, he had just purchased a camera.
Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, we found the box in his house and everything.
He
Did you help him buy that or?
I did. Yeah, I was living here, but he called me for advice, and I was on the phone with him.
I found somebody who knew what they were doing before I bought a camera.
Yeah, and since I'm a photographer, he texted me and he was like, "What do you think of this camera?" And I texted, "Well, what about this?" And finally I was like, "Just call me. This is too complicated." So he called me and he was going over. I was like, "Ask for this," and so he was asking the sales rep, "Well, what about this, this, and this?" And where's the located pixels and the brand? I was like, "Don't get anything Kodak, just different things." So eventually he said, I don't remember what he got, but it sounded like it was a really nice camera.
And Exhibit 301.
Do you remember when you bought that camera?
April, maybe? I know it was after, it could have been in May. Could have been in May. I know it was after I moved up here because I was here all on the phone with him.
Never got to see the camera then or anything.
No, and I'm trying to remember.
Well,
Maybe.
the reason I'm asking is because we found this camera and it's pretty much ruined and we didn't know why.
Oh.
I can't, discuss why, but, or how it's ruined, but we're just dumbfounded. We have no idea why somebody would, destroy his camera. And I wonder if you could describe it to me, but obviously you haven't seen it, you've never touched it, never seen it. So.
No, I'm thinking there's a picture of him on Facebook where he took a picture of himself in the mirror, and I think that's his camera. So, I mean, I can't tell what it is though, because the picture isn't really sharp and it's a small resolution. But there's a picture of him on his profile picture on Facebook where he's kind of looking.
In terms of the June 2nd, 2008 trip, did you then try to talk to her about that and the trip as it began and where she was on Tuesday night, who she spoke with, as well as whether or not she talked to Mr. Alexander on that Tuesday night? Did you discuss that with her?
Yes, I did.
Showing you exhibits 313, 316, 299, which are clips 4, 1, and 19 respectively. Are those the clips where you discuss this issue of her trip and her contact with the victim?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 313, 316, and 299.
No objection.
313, 316, and 299 are admitted.
Let's listen to exhibit 316 first.
Calling Jodi Arias. It's 6:25:08 at 11:05 hours. DR 2008 161 0844.
Hello?
Hello, Jodi.
Yes.
Hi, it's Detective Flores.
Hey, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Good.
It's a good time for you?
I'm sorry, it's bad reception.
Is this a good time for you to talk?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, that's fine. I'm just driving through a spot where I'm good.
Okay, sorry. Got you driving. Hope I don't distract
No,
you too
that's-
much.
That's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, reason I wanted to talk to you is just to kind of figure out what was going on the week just prior to when we found Travis. Because we're still not sure what day, this incident happened. We're trying to figure out, who had contact with them. And I know I talked to you, a couple weeks ago about what was going on, but it was kind of brief. And I was just trying to get to everybody who had a theory or whatever. But can you tell me what was going on? Let's just say starting Monday, I think it was the 2nd.
Monday the
Tell
2nd.
me if you or when you had contact with them or the last.
Yeah, I know that I talked to him early Monday morning, I was just up late Sunday night, for example. And I probably talked to him maybe a 45 minutes that morning, and we were just talking about how he had a conversation with another person about court and it was a really good conversation, and he was just talking a lot about what was said there, and I think we probably talked till about 4 in the morning, I'd say.
Wow.
But yeah, he was a night owl, I'm a night owl, and it wasn't a really long like we've had conversations that have lasted hours and hours, but this was probably only, I want to say 45 minutes. It may have been longer. I guess I could check.
And that was late at night?
Well, technically it was early Monday morning.
Okay.
That would have been the 2nd. So, yeah, that was primarily what that one consisted of. And, he knew I was taking a road trip that week, and he was kind of guilting me because I wasn't going to Arizona, I was going to Utah.
Was
in a nice
there
way.
a conference or something in Arizona as well?
It was, the primary reason, and I didn't tell Travis this, but the primary reason I was going there was to meet somebody. We weren't like totally open about our dating lives just because it was just an area where we just kind of it would be best to not give each other all those details. And so, just because we hadn't asked from before. And, we kept each other like moderately informed. Like he told me a little bit about this person, a little bit about this person, but we didn't go into a lot of detail. So I didn't tell him that I was making this big trip out to Utah to go see somebody. I think he expected it though. He was just like, well, who are you going out there to see? And I'm like, oh, nobody. I'm just going out, to see friends. And because we both have a mutual friend, Utah, from prepaid legal. So I told him that was the reason I was going, was there's a briefing out there. It's called a business briefing. It happens every week on Thursday nights. So I was leaving for that, and was actually, there was that reason, because I knew I would see a lot of my friends that night, but also to spend time with my other friend that I was meeting. And his name is Ryan. So talked to him that day, and later on that morning I got on the road. And my car isn't the best mechanically, so I stopped in Reading at the airport to rent a car, and someone had driven me there. My future soon-to-be sister-in-law drove me there. And let's see, I got the car, came back to my brother's house and took a nap for a while because I'd been up all night. And then I got on the road and then to Santa Cruz, and I met up with some other friends. I'm from the Monterey area.
Okay.
So I have lots of friends there, and I stayed the night at a friend's house there and visited with some other friends the next day, and then drove to LA so that I could see my other friend's baby. I'm a photographer. I don't know if I told you that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a photographer. She just recently had a baby, and I'm trying to build my portfolio with infants and things like that. And she was really excited. Her name is Laura Brewer. She actually never called me back. She did call me back, but she called me back too late. So I couldn't just wait around for her. I had an itinerary.
She was just a friend, or?
She's a really close friend. I dated her brother for about 4 years, so we're a lot like family still.
Oh.
Hang on just a quick second. Are you still there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my phone, I gotta figure it out. Sorry, I'm just getting out of my car, it's a little distracting.
No problem.
Let's listen to Exhibit 313.
All right, so that's the last time you actually talked to him, was like on Monday morning.
I'm sorry, I did talk to him on Tuesday night.
Oh, Tuesday night.
It was brief, though, that was a matter of just a few minutes, it wasn't like a really in-depth conversation.
Remember what time that was?
10 o'clock maybe?
10 p.m.?
Yeah, I'd say 10 p.m. or maybe 9 p.m., 9:30, 10, 10:30, something around there. I guess I could go back and check.
About 9 to 10, anywhere.
Somewhere between then. Yeah, it was late. It was like kind of a late evening. I mean, for us, that's not late, but
What was the purpose of that call?
just calling, check in and say hey, and let them know just hi.
Okay.
I was just calling people because I was bored and I was on the road.
Oh, you were on the road at that time?
Yeah, it was real brief. He was nice and cordial, but he was kind of acting like he had hurt feelings because I wasn't.
Oh, I
Going-
probably.
And exhibit number 299.
The reason I'm asking is we're trying to figure out, when this actually occurred. As people are saying, they kind of lost contact with him maybe on Tuesday.
On Tuesday?
Tuesday or Wednesday, so people aren't sure. They're
I
having to think back.
talked to him last Tuesday, and I'm sure I called him. I may have called him Wednesday. I know I called him again from the road, twice. I sent him a couple of text messages. I sent him a picture.
Did you actually talk to him though when you were on the road?
Yeah, but it was when
When you first started?
yeah, it was, I did talk to him when I was on the road, but it was sure that was Tuesday night. And, so I figured he was either in California because he was planning to be there, that week, I think, because I know he was going to California sometime before Cancun because he was going to leave his dog with his grandmother. I didn't know his time.
Do you remember what time on Tuesday night it was that you talked to him?
Oh, it was dark. I think it was like maybe 10 o'clock, 9:30.
And at that time you were still kind of like, still headed to LA area, or were you already going to Utah?
Yeah, I was in Pasadena when I talked to him that time. I think I just left Starbucks or something. I don't remember. I don't know if I had gotten gas yet or what, but I left Starbucks and I was talking to him.
Now, what was the conversation about?
It was really brief. It was 2 or 3 minutes, and I said, hey, I'm on the road still and going, I was headed to Utah, and I just called because I called my sister, and I think I may have called Ryan. I don't know if I called him or not at this point, but I was waiting around for a while for Laura, and I didn't know where she lived and couldn't get her brother because he was at work, and I didn't want to just show up at her house because I hadn't heard back from her. So I was just killing time and called him, talked to him quickly, and
That's about the last time people were able to get a hold of him as well. And then what's unusual is, people are saying, yeah, we texted him and called him, and then pretty soon his voicemail was full.
Yeah, that's unusual because he deletes messages. Like, he doesn't save anything, even if it's halfway sentimental. Like, he rarely saves that stuff.
So the next time you tried to call him, you weren't able to get a hold of him?
No, I left him a message, and I sent him text messages, and he doesn't always pick up, but he's usually pretty good, and he doesn't always respond to text messages either. But when I didn't hear from him for like 2 days, and I called him again, and I didn't want to be obsessive about it, because we're not together anymore, and I'm just like, I don't like calling him too much, but he calls me or I call him, and it was a pretty good balance. But at one point it was like, okay, at what point do I start calling friends that live there? That thought crossed my mind, but I was like, no, he's in California. He's going to Cancun.
You then also discuss with her about this issue involving Laura Brewer and how long it would take to get to Utah. And additionally, did you also discuss the route that she may have taken?
Yes.
And take a look at exhibits number 314 and 315. They include that part of the conversation.
2 and 3, yes, we do.
Exhibits 314 and 315.
Exhibits 314 and 315 are admitted.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.